Act 5 The story so far. Act I. In an alternate reality where Ranma married Shampoo, their daughter had somehow obtained a magic locket that allowed her to cross dimensions. A few accidents later, several of Ranma's children from various realities ended up in one reality, where Ranma was still a teenage youth. One among them, Ryo Saotome, son of Ranma and Yukayu, managed to get a hold of the locket before Cologne was about to do something devious with it. Following his victory, Ryo sent all the children of Ranma and company to their proper realities, and then prepared to go home himself. Something, however, went wrong. He ended up in a bizarre version of Tokyo in 2096 and accidentally dragged along Radiko Hibiki and Childra Jansen in his attempt to fix this mistake. That attempt dragged him to two other realities with amazing speed. From them, he accidentally brought Miyabi, daughter of Ranma and Akan, and Ishido, a mysterious amnesiac hunted by a shadowy organization. Finally, they stopped in a reality where Ranma and company were still teens, but had never met them before. And now, Act II, Children, curious as to what caused their dimensional/reality shift, watched Ryo Saotome closely, and discovered that the locket is the source of their troubles. She tried, and succeeded, in stealing the locket from him without his noticing. Radiko schemed to make sure that the history of his world takes place, and began a plan to kill Ranma and frame Miyabi for the murder. He succeeded in getting a blood sample from her and a torn piece of her clothing, but was interrupted before he could go through with his plan. In a talk with Ishido, he found out about a certain umbrella-wielding maniac threatening to kill Ryuga in Ishido's reality. In a panic, Radiko rushed to Childra, and accidentally triggered the locket. The three of them found themselves on a bridge somewhere. Before they left, they accidentally dragged along Ryo Muhoshin, a person that looked amazingly like Ikarugo Sankuzi, but in truth was a bit more devious. Bringing him along, the four crossed several realities, narrowly escaping danger, capture, and death. Then they returned to the Nirima they had left from, with an irate Ryo Saotome waiting for them. Meanwhile, Miyabi had put up with the antics of her grandparents, Su and Janma, who were overjoyed at her existence, distressed at the way her parents were fighting, greatly annoyed at her trans-diamond soul half-brother Ryo Saotome, and had decided that a talk with grandmother Nodoka was in order. Act III, Miyabi went to Nodoka's to talk, unaware that Ranma's life was in danger due to the promise Janma made to Nodoka regarding manliness and Ranma's upbringing. The end result was that Nodoka was invited to dinner, expecting to see her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Miyabi's age, almost that of Ranma, was, unfortunately, not foreseen as a major problem by Miyabi. Upon returning from her accidental trip through time, Childra surrendered the locket to Ryo Saotome once again. Meanwhile, the extra passenger they picked up along the way, Ryo Muhoshin, passed himself off as Ryogo Sankuzi, son of Go Sankuzi and Yukayu, and had everyone fooled. Nabuki got a hold of the material Radiko was planning to frame Miyabi with and used it to blackmail him into buying her dinner, among other things. They end up at Ukin's, where he washed dishes to pay for things. He eventually got drunk, hit on Yukayu, and was knocked out by a blow to the head. Children and Ishido became more intimately attached. When his guard was down, Ryo Saotome was knocked out by Ryo Muhoshin, who then accidentally triggered the locket and disappeared into times and places unknown. Ryo Saotome woke up much later to find the locket gone, an image of it burned in his hand, and discovered what was inside the locket, a picture of him and Bell-chan, his fiancée. Activity. Ryo Saotome began making plans to assemble the locket that he was apparently destined to create, the photo from the locket being proof of that. Meanwhile, Radiko spent the day with Nabuki, buying her food and treats while also beginning to feel somewhat attracted to her. Ishido and children sorted through their fears and anxieties, but in the end came together in a happy reunion within the local graveyard. Miyabi and the Tendo household held a dinner for Nodoka, who was expecting to see her son at last. What happened instead was that she had an interesting experience with a time traveler, Tapo's eyes, and realized that Miyabi was, in fact, Ranma's daughter from the future. She also assumed that Ranko was Janma's daughter from an affair. Soon briefly assumed Akan was Janma's child from an affair with his deceased wife. Things got ugly, but got better again as they usually did, although Nodoka still thinks Ranko is Janma's illegitimate child. Meanwhile, under the distrustful eyes of children and Ishido, Ryo Saotome used the arcane resources within Tapo's eyes room to create the locket, and then he vanished. Jade fire engulfed Ryo, and he burned. Green he thought. It shouldn't be green. And I don't remember this much pain. Ryo concentrated, fighting past the agony, willing his way back to reality, or the local equivalent thereof. The emerald flames thinned. He found himself lying on a cold surface, smoke rising from his clothes, and he heard someone crying. There was something familiar about those tears, something more painful than the fires that delivered him to this world. Bell-chan, he whispered. The crying stopped. Who are you? The girl asked. What are you doing here? There was hysteria in her voice, trapped within the sobbing. I thought they were going to leave me alone. Ryo rolled to his feet. Bell-chan, don't you know me? They were in a room no more than 3 paces wide on a side, but the big-tailed boy held back, afraid of her answer. No, I don't know you. Is this another test? I thought you were through with that. The girl looked up from where she sat curled up on a bench, the cell's only furniture. I thought you were ready to decide my fate. I've learned you make your own fate, Ryo mused. A more frantic mind would have accepted only one possibility, that something had happened to his one true love, but Ryo knew the perils of traveling between realities. So close ! His mind screamed at him. Underscore so close exclamation point underscore. But now he saw the differences, the slightly darker eyes, the more pouting lips, the subtle nuances of body language that told him this woman was not his fiancée, and that this was not his world. Still, she was underscore his underscore Bell-chan's doppelganger, and she was in distress. Ryo had promised himself that he wouldn't hold the crimes of one duplicate against another reality's counterpart, but the inverse held as well. He could not help but give credit to the face of someone he respected, and that went 100 times over for Bell-chan. Of course you make your own fate, the faux Bell-chan said. That's the purpose of these new consistency courts, isn't it? To judge you by the rules you've made yourself. Consistency courts? Judge? Ryo took a step back in confusion, bumping up against the cell door. I don't understand. I know someone like you enough to be your twin, and I can't imagine her ever being tried for any crime. Bell-chan laughed. Ryo shivered. There was no levity in that laugh, only mockery and self-pity. It reminded him of Taichi's aunt. Of course you can't imagine me on trial. Who would ever have imagined that sweet, innocent belladonna would kill her own mother? Not even to ease her suffering. And since no one would believe it, they'll find me guilty. She swallowed. A year ago I wouldn't have believed it. A few months later, oh, the tears started up again, drowning out any other words. Belladonna Ryo's sleep-deprived mind world. She killed Kasumi He backed himself into the corner, trying to get far away from the monster wearing his beloved's flesh. What hell have I damned myself to? This is not my world. This is not my fiancée. Belgondi is a goddess on earth, not a matricide. In answer to his unvoiced plea, the locket hung around Ryo's neck blazed with bright green fire and tore him from the cell. Ryo Muhoshin was about to send Ryo Saotome to someplace unpleasant. About to. Except just when he was about to do the deed, the locket suddenly came to life, engulfing him with azure flames and blinding him with a sudden brightness. He felt the ground beneath him shift slightly and the world around him was consumed in a blinding flash of azure flame. He stumbled forward, unsure of his surroundings and still blinded by the flash of light. At this point, he discovered, the hard way, that he was at the top of a modest skyscraper. Fortunately, there was a dumpster below. Unfortunately, the stuff inside wasn't that soft. Fortunately he was spared an hour of pain by being knocked unconscious. The nighttime sky in Tokyo was fairly nondescript, mainly because it was grey and drizzling for a day now and looked to be going on for the next several weeks. Detective Ed Ryuga, Homicide Division, Ministry of Sanitation looked up into the night sky from his vintage 1996 Hyundai. He thought he saw a flash of light up there in the clouds. Now my eyes are going bad, he muttered to himself, and drove on. Asterisk 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 in a trash bin, hidden in the shadows of the skyscrapers. A loud scream of horror and frustration boomed out as someone suddenly landed from a 90th-floor drop and into a trash bin. Nearby, something metallic sounding bounced along the pavement and finally settled on the sidewalk. A vagrant, hungry, tired, and weary, saw all this and merely shrugged. Must have been one of the old faithful of the Nabiki regime gone suicide after the downfall of their leader. Sort of thing happened often enough nowadays. He blinked. There seemed to be something on the ground. Something shiny. Something silver. Looked nice. He figured he could get a pack of McNuggets for it. Not very tasty, but cheap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fall into the dumpster was bad enough to leave him sore all over. Muhoshin limped out into the dim light of a street lamp and leaned on it warily. He blinked. There was definitely something wrong here. Something missing. He checked his right pocket, then his left. He checked his shirt pocket. He checked his back pockets. No. Not fair. Not fair. No. The locket was gone. He immediately fell to his knees and began looking for it. A group of construction workers walked by as he frantically searched the ground. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, you, get out of the way. People are walking through here." Not in the mood for snide remarks, Muhoshin looked up, ready to break the offender's nose. Then he saw his face, and his friends' faces, and a few dozen faces walking by. Yay! Ryo shook his head sadly as he watched the strange guy run off like a maniac. Geez, more sanitarium escapees running around the streets these days. Ministry of Sanitation ought to see about that. "No kidding," said the other Ryo. "Come on, let's get to work," said yet another Ryo. The construction site was around here somewhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The city was bleak. Bleak, ugly, modern, and busy. Normally, Muhoshin wouldn't have minded this, might even have approved. That was a Ryo Muhoshin with a purpose in life, money in his pocket, and a locket in his hand. Most importantly, it was a Muhoshin who didn't see hordes of Ryugas everywhere the way things were at the moment. He hated the city and everyone in it, especially the logically certainly probably non-existent Ryugas. The place was in desperate need, he thought, of urban renewal. The thermonuclear kind. His stomach growled, and he winced. He'd been wandering the streets, doing a little scouting, waiting for his head to clear and the Ryugas to vanish. He was beginning to realize that he'd been doing this for almost 2 days. Time to get some food, sit down for a second, and think he had passed a tiny bar and grill a few blocks back. That should do nicely. He turned around, and strode off, his step going from an aimless stumble to a purposeful stride. Yes, this had been a good idea. Just the knowledge that he was going somewhere picked him up a bit, began to ease him out of his depression. He reached the bar, opened the door, and there was Ryuga. And Ryuga. Ryuga was there as well, as were Ryuga and Ryuga. The whole place was one big Ryuga fest. His temples began to throb, and he slowly forced himself to close his eyes and slow his breathing. They weren't really there. It was just a hallucination. Had to be. Be steady. Just stay calm. Either come in or get out. That was Ryuga's voice. All right. Yeah, you're letting in a draft. And that one, only from a different part of the room, was his too. Number calm. Must stay calm. He opened his eyes and walked slowly across the room, nervously eyeing the patrons. Odd, really. Why was he imagining Ryuga dressed as a horde of bikers? What do you want? Asked Ryuga, from his position behind the bar. Your severed, bloody head on a platter. I'll have some tea. We got beer. Die slowly and painfully. Ahem. Water. And a sandwich. The bartender grunted, and Ryo slumped against the bar top. They weren't really Ryuga's. His addled brain was just making them look and sound like them. Why? By this time Hibiki would have. Wait a minute. Why was there a hand on his thigh? Hello? Big boy, said the Ryuga. Outside, the sound of horrified screaming was heard, quickly replaced by the sound of extreme violence. Asterisk 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 /tilde crazy ... from the things that I can see you can't hear them ... only talking at me living on the outside ... looking inside to be free ... /tilde Ryo Muhoshin distractedly smashed the ghetto blaster over the cranium of its owner. He looked like Ryuga, so he had it coming. The song was annoying. Aimed at him. He wasn't crazy. No, not very crazy. Even if the Hyougahidiki left parenthesis s were everywhere no. Despite that he was sane. Ryuga. Muhoshin shuddered, and firmly reminded himself that underscore hadn't single quote T underscore been his hated enemy. No, Ryuga wasn't like that, please. It had just been someone who is rather concussed, not crazy. Mind had made to look like his hated enemy. No, Ryuga wasn't like that, please. It had just been someone who is wrath. With an effort, he pulled his thoughts from the circular track they had been wearing in his brain. A low growl from his stomach reminded him that he still had his initial problem. Namely, he had no food, he hadn't slept in hours, he was unbearably tired, and his immediate goal seemed to be wandering aimlessly. Wandering aimlessly was far too Ryuga-like to be tolerated. There. A diner. It was grimy and small and full of neon light and glare, but so was everywhere here, including the street. And the street didn't have a special on coffee and donuts. The street did, however, have a cash machine. He was named Shon Ryuga Izugawa. Muhoshin, of course, never learned this tidbit of information. All he knew and cared about was that he looked like Ryugi and looked almost wealthy. He had an ATM card. It was called an umbrella. He used the blood then to make a withdrawal. A hibiki and his money are soon parted. Ryo thought, walking inside the diner. If that's not a proverb, it should be. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and like the hibiki bar, the diner was almost homey. For Micah, a rather odd clock shaped like a cat with swinging eyes and tail, a jukebox which obviously hadn't worked in years, his mother, and a long row of men in gray suits. He blinked. Item 4 on that list did not match his admittedly shaky notions of reality. Oh. It wasn't his mother, it was only Kasumi. There _ seemed to be an awful lot of Kasumi about too. And not Ken. And that other Tendo sister. Odd. That. Still, he could think of worse people to see. Making his way over to a free table, he sat down and began to relax just a bit. Glasses clinked. Silverware rattled. The men in gray suits made murmuring noises and watched TV in between bites of dinner. Diner noises. Normal, blessedly hibiki-free sounds. Are you ready to order? He looked up, startled. Kasumi was smiling down at him, an order pad in her hands. Of course, she was the waitress. The apron normally would have tipped him off, but aprons were standard issue with most Kasumis. Sure. I'll have top 1 moment. He thumbed rapidly through his new wallet, not nearly as much as he had hoped. I'll have the coffee and crullers. She smiled, a warm, sincere thing that differed dramatically from the plastic variety waitresses normally handed out. Okay. Back in a bit. He watched as she walked off, and he felt, oddly, a little better. Asterisk 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 / and in today's news, another store was hit in a smash and grab robbery. Several suits were stolen, and the store's safe was emptied. This is the 4th of a rash of / terrible, isn't it? Asked Kasumi. Oh, certainly, agreed Muhoshin, brushing a little lint off of his newly acquired clothing. So, do you like my new suit? He stood up from the counter stool and posed a bit, showing off the great Armani. It's nice. I like it a lot, said Kasumi. Thank you, miss, said Muhoshin with a grin. But I'm not sure about those black leather gloves. And no need to be formal. You've been coming to this diner so much now it seems like you belong here, Ryo-kun. Oh, sorry, Miss Kasumi. It's just the way I am. My name, she replied, poking him in the nose gently, is Amy. A Miles. We've been through this already, Northeast. And here's your coffee. Thanks, and sorry. Ryo unfolded his newspaper and sipped his coffee with a smile. I ever tell you how much you remind me of my mom? Oh, stop that, she replied with a giggle. Umi the Kasumi extender waitress patted him on the arm and went around to serve the other customers. She sometimes wondered about Mr. Muhoshin. The first time he came into the diner, He looked so poor and just ordered an endless refill of coffee whenever he visited. But as the days passed, he seemed to have gotten some good fortune, and lately he'd been leaving generous tips. The one thing he always did since the start was come around on her shift. She sensed that he was looking at her sometimes, and she couldn't help but blush. Did he like her? She looked over at him briefly, and caught him looking at her again. She smiled. Muhoshin mentally stumbled as the Kasumi extender caught him staring at her. He'd been hoping that this odd little vision problem of his would go away any minute now, but it wasn't. Muhoshin had been stuck for 2 weeks now, stranded in this strange sort of reality. He was still seeing hundreds of Nebukis, Akans, Kasumis, and annoyingly, Ryugas. He did what any person trying to hang on to their sanity would do. Ignore it. At least, he tried to ignore it. He'd occasionally trip a Ryuga or shove one into traffic, but it was by reflex. They couldn't T all be Ryugas, and if those weren't T Ryugas he was looking at, then getting them killed might draw the wrong kind of attention. It wouldn't be worth the trouble he'd get if he killed a Ryuga and it turned out to be just a hallucination. It'd be a sick tease. This, he felt, was one twisted world. Despite that, he felt content to hang around at this cozy diner. Maybe the waitress looked quite a bit like his mom, as well as several thousand other girls in the city. Maybe she was just a hallucination of his, but she was nice, polite, and friendly. And there was that something about her that made him feel, well, odd. But not in a bad way, certainly not. The men in gray suits laughed silently as a comedian made admiring fun of Yukai Kwanji on the TV. Ryo was surprised to find that the sound didn't irritate him. In fact, he was actually smiling a bit. Some of them might have money, but he would never hurt them. The diner was a maze. The streets were his, and business was good. The sun rose. The birds warbled. 10,000 Ryugas marched through the city. It was a normal day for Ryo Muhoshin. He woke up, walked a bit, mugged a few people, and walked a bit more. Then he had lunch. If he had done particularly well, he allowed himself a second espresso. Today was one of those. Then came the afternoon robberies. Jewelry stores had jewelry and armed guards and alarms. Pawn shops had jewelry. He emptied 3 different shops, then called it a day. He whistled his way into the diner, cheerfully called a greeting to the men in gray suits, dropped a dime in the broken jukebox out of pure whimsy, and chatted with Amy as she brought him his club sandwich. Being stranded here, he was beginning to realize, wasn't so bad after all. Sure, his little vision trouble was still there, but he was beginning to look at it as something nearing an asset. After all, he got to beat up Ryuga, take his money, spit in his face, and walk away chuckling. Every day. Multiple times. He had been worried about the police catching him. Then he realized that the police here were underfunded, overstretched, and on occasion incompetent. They had as much chance of catching him as they did a microbe. And he had me to talk to, which was undeniably nice. He had forgotten that simple conversation could make one feel good. No, this really wasn't that bad. It was a normal day for Ryo Muhoshin. "Hey, Muhoshin," asked me. "HM? What you doing later?" "A little business, I guess you might call it." "Why'd you ask?" "Oh, nothing." Umi smiled. "Just thought we might want to go somewhere later, I dunno." Ryo looked at her oddly, then resumed reading the paper. "HM. Tell you what," said Muhoshin. "I'll treat you out to dinner tonight, okay?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. The night was a rather whirlwind event for him, entirely unused to being in the company of a woman, much less making a woman smile. Much to his alarm, she had led the way, bringing them to this cafe and that club and this scenic view of the city and the park. He just wasn't used to it at all, but was enjoying himself rather immensely, and without having to beat the hell out of someone else, too. It was an entirely alien feeling for him, as was the concept of a romantic stroll around the city, which he was doing now. Although he wasn't doing too bad, strolling casually with his arm entwined with his. Fortunately, he didn't realize he had a somewhat awkward and goofy grin on his face. "Ryo-kun? HMIRO. Why yes, Miss Kasumi. Thanks for taking me out tonight." Muhoshin laughed. "Ah, I think it's you that's shown me the town tonight." "Yes?" Umi laughed with him. "I guess so, but still. I had a wonderful time with you." "See you tomorrow?" she asked. "HRM? What? See me tomorrow?" "Oh, yes, of course. Well, there's my apartment," sighed Umi, pointing to an apartment complex nearby. "Good night." Then she did something that drained Muhoshin out of any sense at all, sent his mind reeling, and made him forget all the old memories that made him the stylish little bastard that he thought himself to be. She kissed him. Only on the cheek, but again, all this was something entirely new to him. As she walked away, Umi couldn't help but giggle a little at the silly grin that was plastered to his face. She couldn't wait till tomorrow. Ryo, meanwhile, was looking at his Umi, hearing really nice violins and birds with ribbons flying about and all that other odd romantic special effects nonsense. He wasn't entirely sure, but he thought he could be in love, which was all at the same time an unbelievable high and a truly horrifying possibility. And as his Umi was a block away, in the doorway of the apartment complex, she turned back, smiled at him, and then there was a Ryuga blocking the view, and it looked quite upset. Asterisk 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 Izumu Ryuga Daimon was not having a good day. He'd been activated just a month ago, and there was an error in shipping. The persons he was sent to were apparently expecting a fiancé for their son. Needless to say, he was promptly rejected. Due to a problem in the paperwork, He couldn't be returned to the mod, so he was sold instead to a factory. A sweatshop, really. Lousy pay and a real ass of a boss. Despite all this, he managed to scratch out a meager living, barely keeping up with payments for the ultra-tiny apartment of his. Then he was fired. Then he lost his apartment. Then he was just mugged. 10 minutes ago. Izumu held his head in his hands, rubbing his temples. Damn it, this is not a good day. He wanted to go out there and kill his boss, kill his landlord, and kill the punks that mugged him. Kill, kill, kill. He had this throbbing headache. Then a car drove by, splashing him with mud and water. Somewhere in his mind, something burned away. I'm not taking this anymore. The maddened extender suddenly felt a massive headache, and his anger surged to a berserker peak. He looked around for someone to hurt, someone to pay for the lousy day he was having. With reckless abandon, he tore a street lamp down and flung it into the street. The extender stomped away as cars swerved and the beginnings of a massive pileup began. He swung his fists wildly, striking randomly at people passing by. A man was flung through a window, a woman felt her ribs crack from a wild punch, and then another woman was flung against a brick wall, her head hitting brick and blood trailing from her mouth as she slumped to the floor. Ryo swung wildly again, but this time his fist was caught. He found himself flung into a dark alley. A skinny figure paced angrily towards him, twirling an umbrella. "Damn you," the figure said. "Damn you to hell." There was a flash of metal, a gasp for air, then silence. Asterisk 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 in a dark alley a dead body was being dragged. It was being dragged by a very incredibly upset person, who had just had his first love killed before his eyes. Muhoshin was feeling weak and feeling lonely and feeling angry, and this feeling was just too familiar, and he was feeling generally belittled by the world and really felt like lashing out at it for just daring to continue existing after Ryo. Damn Ryo. He sighed, tossed Ryo's body into a dumpster, then slowly sank to his knees. For the first time in a very long time, he started to cry. Asterisk 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 a week later. "More coffee?" asked the waitress. "Yes, please." Muhoshin smiled unevenly as the Kasumi refilled his coffee mug. He felt as if he had passed a major point in his life. He had been, in the past, somewhat underhand, somewhat dishonest, but now he had blood on his hands. Ryo had killed her. No reason at all. He just came out of nowhere and killed her. So what else was there to do? He killed Ryo. An eye for an eye, right? It was, at first, somewhat shocking, and a sick feeling almost began to overwhelm him. He'd hurt people before, even crippled them. But to actually kill it was just different. But in the end, a peculiar calm overcame him. He watched Ryo's dying twitches with fascination, wondering what was going through his mind. Fear? Fate? Regret? The mysteries of life? Murder wasn't so bad, or so hard. In fact, it was easy to. But Ryuga wasn't dead. Wasn't dead. He was everywhere. The question of the hordes of Ryugas, Kasumis, and others wasn't really in his mind anymore. It didn't matter. Were there 1,000 Ryugas walking the streets? So be it. He did it again. Ryuga did. Just strolled into Muhoshin's life and took away something that was important to him. He took away Kasu. Umi. That was her name. Umi. Maybe there was 1,000 other Kasumis in this city, but they just weren't quite the same. There were a row of men in gray suits here, but they weren't his. None of them knew his name. None of them told him the latest joke. They didn't know him, and neither did the Kasumi who had filled his cup. None of the Kasumis were players in his play, save his props in the background. But they still were the innocent ones in this Hibiki-infested city, and someone had to keep things in line, right? He outed to Umi to clean out the Hibiki infestation. His logic, after a few more anxiety attacks of confusion and paranoia, was shortened and simplified to this: Ryuga kill/Kasumi defend. Not much else to think about. Why were there 1,000 Ryugas out there? Why ask why? That only leads to a headache. As he finished his drink and left, he left the usual fairly big tip to the girl. She was a Kasumi, so she had it coming. Especially when that cash was from a few Ryugas he killed. He hummed a little tune he heard once, somewhere, somewhen. Once that you've decided on a killing, first you make a stone of your heart. And if you find that your hands are still willing, then you can turn a murder into art. If that was the case, he thought, then he decided that he would be every bit as great as Dieven Size, Bosch, and even Dully. He really liked Dully. Somewhere, in a small pawn shop, a small, battered, silver locket was laid out under a glass counter. It was a fairly plain and ordinary locket, next to necklaces and bracelets of gold in good condition. With such trinkets around it, who would even want to buy it? The owner of the pawn shop bought it from the street out of kindness. But he didn't think that anyone would really buy it from him. Although, sometimes he'd swear that it flickered. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an explosion rocked the temple. Kiichi looked up from his textbook. "Good?" he asked. Belgondi set her knitting down and cocked her head to one side, listening to echoes of magic. No, that was skilled. A second explosion shook the walls, filling the air with the tang of ozone. That one was Yurd. Pictures rattled in their frames and glasses threatened to leap from their coasters as the goddesses of past and future continued their argument. "Why don't we go outside?" Kiichi suggested. Belgondi nodded, so together they gathered their belongings and tiptoed out to the patio. Dust and smoke followed them out the door. "It looks like we got out just in time." Belgondi didn't answer. Her eyes had a glazed, faraway look. "Is something wrong?" Kiichi asked. Someone just gate in. Who? Kiichi demanded. His textbook fell to the ground as he interposed himself between Belgondi and the temple. Is it Marler? No, it's hey, Belgondi. Urd called. You'd better come take a look at this. He seems familiar, Kiichi declared. Yeah, Urd agreed. He looks like one of those guys I was sharing a house with a couple months back. What do we do with him? Skuld asked. Belgondi returned with a pillow and a blanket. We make him comfortable until he wakes up, of course. She studied the large bump on his head and noted how his hair, particularly the braided pigtail, was standing on end. I wonder how he managed to get hurt. Oh, good question, Belgondi, Urd stammered. Skuld whistled, trying her best to hide Mjolnir 2.0 behind her back. Bel-chan, the boy whispered as Belgondi tucked the blanket under his chin. He thrashed, tearing himself free, then settled again. He seems to know you. Kiichi possessively stepped closer to his significant other. I've never seen him before. She reached out again, her palm cupping a glowing ball of energy. Green fire flared from the locket around his neck. Startled, she pulled back. Pretty hot stuff, Urd commented. Skuld produced a pair of goggles from Hammerspace. Do that again, Onizame. I want to get some readings. Are you sure that's safe? Kiichi asked. In his mind he saw visions of the temple exploding. The look Skuld shot him would have burned through steel, if her glasses had been configured to do that. Belgondi reached out again. Emerald energy poured from the silver heart, fountaining around her like a transformation effect. Fascinating, Skuld declared. The power is similar to yours, Onizame, so it's producing a harmonic wave amplification increase. It's just slightly out of sync. Oh, and that's what's causing the pyrotechnics. So what you're saying, Kiichi surmised, is that it needs a tune-up. Skuld huffed. In layman's terms, yes. She pushed her goggles to the top of her head. It's really much more complicated than that. Well, Urd cracked her knuckled. When do we get started? Asterisk. The three goddesses clustered in the kitchen, leaving Kiichi to watch their newest visitor. I still think it needs more salt, Urd complained. Mom, Skuld countered as she stirred the steaming cauldron. That would make him explode. We're already close to the limit as an island, Urd smirked. What's life without risks? Skuld stuck out her tongue in rebuttal. Enough, Belgondi demanded. It's ready. She set the stove to simmer, then stretched her arms wide. The goddess markings on her face began to glow, and the wind from elsewhere caught her hair. Bend, hold time and space, listen to wishes, answer dreams, the worlds that are beckon. Skuld took up the incantation next, her face shining like an LCD screen in the glowing light of the spell. Bend, hold time and space, follow patterns, obey rules, the worlds that can be are fragile. Urd stood straight, letting the wind whip her dress as she composed her stanza. Bend, hold time and space, remember fantasies, revisit memories, the worlds that will not be forgotten. The room darkened, all the light was drawn into the cauldron. It began to hiss, and steam rolled over the sides, but the surface became still as glass. The three goddesses could see their reflections. The images spun round and round as they continued chanting. A strong heart holds the key. A clever mind solves the puzzle. A burning love sets the stage. We command this in the name of the goddesses of present, future, and past. And may you have an interesting time of it, Lord added. No! Beldondi and Skulls shouted as one, but it was too late. The cauldron exploded in a shower of bright blue light, blinding everyone in the kitchen and washing away all sounds. The mystery boy hadn't moved since Beldondi and the others went into the kitchen, so Kiichi recovered his textbook and tried to study. His grades were precarious enough with all the local zoominess. He couldn't afford to let today's events distract him too much. Thin beams of cerulean fire slipped between the cracks in the door jamb. Kiichi ignored them. As long as there wasn't an explosion, everything was fine. Then there was an explosion. Beldondi? Are you all right? He called. Dense green smoke poured from the ruins of the kitchen door, but he paid it no heed and rushed into the room. Is anyone hurt? We're cough all right, Beldondi assured him. Let me open a window. It's all cough word's fault, anyway, Scold announced. I was cough just trying to cough you liven things up. Excuse me? A new voice asked. Does anyone need any help? Well. Bird struck a pose. Look who's up. She sauntered over to where Ryo stood and poked him in the chest. Feeling any better, mystery man? He stammered. That is, yes. He scratched his head, gathering his thoughts. This may sound strange, but what world is this? Midgard. Scold replied promptly. Beldondi noticed Ryo's puzzled look. That wasn't the answer you were expecting, was it? Shock erased Ryo's next few words. Instead he stared at Beldondi, unable to take his eyes away. Kiichi took exception to this and moved closer to his goddess. How do you know Beldondi? He demanded. Dandy? Ryo said her name slowly, tasting it. His head bowed and his shoulders slumped. Not so close this time, at least, not informed. He looked up again. I think I know where I am, now, and how I ended up here. He shrugged, palms up, then quickly hid the brand behind his back. I'm sorry I dropped in unexpected like this. I'll be going now. Not so fast, hot stuff, Bird countered. You can't just pop in and pop out without an explanation. She gave him a full, crooked smile. And I just bet there's a lot more to your story than meets the eye. Ryo met her challenge. How long do you have? You'd be amazed, Bird answered. A brief explanation later. I thought you looked like Ranma, Bird declared, slapping the table with her free hand. So, did you inherit his magnetic charm? No, thank God. Ryo held his teacup with both hands. Just his ability to attract disasters. But this transdimensional jaunt rivals anything I ever heard him doing, at least in scope. And your Belgondi sound just like yours, Kiichi. Ryo frowned. You both act alike, too, he told the goddess, but you don't really look like each other. The last Bell-chan I saw, oh, he shivered. Belgondi poured Kiichi more tea. So now you want to go home. After I clean up the mess my fellow travelers have made. That's easy, Skuld declared. You find the bugs responsible, then you hit them. She demonstrated on a hapless section of floor with Mjolnir 2.0. Ryo shook his head. It's not that easy. Finding Gosling will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He toyed with the locket. I'm not even sure I can find the right farm. Oh, we fixed that, Bird said offhandedly. Just think about where you want to go, concentrate, and, poof, there you are. You fixed. He wobbled dazedly. It took me all night to create and cast the spell to empower this cursed thing, and even then I still didn't get it right. The three of you just fixed it. I'm good with mirrors, Belgondi said proudly, and we're all used to magic jewelry. What, are you goddesses or something? Ryo didn't understand why everyone around him burst out laughing. Remember, Skuld lectured. Focus on where you want to go, then activate the portal. She stood on tiptoes and poked the locket hard. It sparked blue. And don't let it get damaged. It's fragile enough as it is. What made you use _silver_ of all things? Plastic or ceramics would have worked just as well. Don't mind her, Bird advised. She's always this picky. Skuld gave her oldest sister a raspberry. Just go with the flow. You'll have more fun that way. At this point, anything that works would have to be more fun, just by definition. Ryo took a deep breath. Alright, all of you stand back. I don't want anyone getting caught up in this by accident. He gave them all a wry smile. I've had enough of that to last a lifetime. Goodbye, Ryo-sen, goodbye, Belgondi. There was a catch in Ryo's voice. Those were two words he never liked to see in the same sentence. I wish you and Kiichi more happiness than I've had of late. He closed his right hand around the locket. Blue fire burst from between his fingers and engulfed him, then spun around him to form a glowing azure gate. Ryo Muhoshin, you are mine. Asterisk. It was more than a month into his stay when Muhoshin decided to explore a few nagging questions that had been on his mind before he was unceremoniously dumped into this surreal world. It required a little bit of research, some experimenting, and, of course, a test subject. In an empty warehouse, Ryo the Extender awoke strapped down to a table. Actually, he was nailed to it. He screamed in pain and weakly tried to escape. Sitting across from him, and watching like a spider watches a fly, Ryo Muhoshin gazed, as if he was studying. Let me go! Screamed Ryuga. First things first. What did Ishido say? Punching people with glowing gloves, yes. That, he felt, was easily solved. He actually wondered why he didn't think of it earlier. He put on the leather gloves and fastened them tight, flexing his fingers. Then he focused his ki, channeling them to his hands, and to the gloves. They flared with bright yellow energy. He tightened one fist and punched at one of the Ryuga's arms. There was a sickening snap and more screams as the arm became horribly bent out of shape. And that, he mused quietly, was with me holding back. What else? The one called Ishido also said something about a needle umbrella attack, making bones explode. Let's see. What do you want? Why are you doing this? The extender struggled more, and more blood began to flow from the spikes that ran through his arms and legs. Muhoshin paused for a moment, as if thinking about that question. Well, you see, you look like the Ryuga to me. A lot of you do. Of course I do. I'm a Ryuga extender. Muhoshin frowned. So, you Ryuga? Yes, I'm a Ryuga, screamed the extender. Well, that's about it then. What are you talking about? Hey! Ranted Ryuga, but Muhoshin just ignored him and continued studying his victim. Exploding bones. Exploding. Wait, the Bakusai Tenketsu? The exploding point technique, or Bakusai Tenketsu, was a technique that came close, but it did not work. He poked Tapo's eye and the little troll didn't explode a bit. He thought again. Needles. Why did Ishido mention a needle? Muhoshin gave a quick glance at the Ryuga extender, examining the breaking points on his body. When the breaking point is learned, the person sees breaking points. The curious thing was that people who learned it saw the breaking points in a lot of places. Trees, rocks, other people. But it seemed to work mostly on rocks, and never on people. Why didn't it work on people? Muhoshin stood up with an evil smile. It was so obvious now, the secret to the technique. The reason that the breaking point had never worked on people was that the creators of the technique never thought to compensate for all that flesh that got in the way. Stay right there, said Muhoshin as he walked away, ignoring the screams of pain from the pinned Ryuga. Need to get something. An hour later, Muhoshin returned with a metal spike sharpened to a needle-sharp tip. Stand still, he said, grinning. He saw the point. A very precise point, much more precise than those found on stone, but still, the screams of pain would have been heard, if it weren't for the noise of the traffic and construction of the city around them. The weeks passed on, and soon 2 months had passed. Muhoshin was fairly settled and occupying the apartment of a fairly isolated Ryuga. He'd picked this one carefully. Had no frequent visitors, and had been recently unemployed. As he expected, nobody'd been around to bother his privacy. Muhoshin made a mistake on a previous Ryuga, and that resulted in the police ousting him from his temporary abode. He had been shot at not in a very effective way, but still enough to make him wish to take precautions. Hence the lightweight Kevlar vest he was wearing underneath his shirt. He'd held back his war on Ryuga to a once-a-week affair. Anymore, and the pressure from the law enforcement people may become too much. Even with only one strike a week, it was enough for the moment. At the moment he was mulling over the month's killings as he watched the flashing lights and heard the sirens heading his way. They take quite a while to get to the scene of a murder. He mused. It is said that criminals always return to the scene of the crime. In Muhoshin's case, he just stayed a while longer. He'd just finished off another Ryuga and was relaxing in the afterglow of murder high atop the rooftops. He watched carefully as the police arrived on the scene of his last workout. He thought he saw something interesting last time, but was too far away. Now he was observing from a safe and good vantage point, with some binoculars. As usual, the police arrived far too late, taped off the area for investigation, called in other police, examined the body. There it was. Ryuga Hibiki. Ryuga Hibiki as a cop. TSK, corruption in the law enforcement agency. How could they let Ryoga into the police? No. This would have to be fixed, and soon. He strolled away upon the ledges of the building for several blocks, unseen by all, then jumped off, opening his umbrella, and floated into an empty alley. Moonlight, a cool breeze, only a few clouds in the sky. It seemed like a good night for a stroll, and to plan future recreational ventures with glee. Meanwhile, a little later, high atop the Ditakuji Towers, a circle of fire suddenly flared into being, then transformed into a swirling column, with the outline of a man within. Then, the fires flickered out, leaving a boy with a pigtail standing there. Ryo Saotome looked around carefully, wondering if he'd finally made it to the right destination. Now, where am I? Whatever reality this was, it looked to him to be an industrial/corporational world gone wild. Skyscrapers were all around him, with interconnecting tunnel tubes linking the buildings. Video screens flickered everywhere promoting governmental ideals. Ryo froze a moment as he stared at the screen in disbelief. There, larger than life, was an image of his mother, Yukai Kwanji. The subtitles under her name read //Ministry of Finance / and it seemed that she was saying something about the state of the economy. Mom. A government leader. Wow. Ryo was speechless. He knew his mother could run a business well, but an entire national economy? He found himself wondering if there was another Ryo Saotome around here, and maybe even another Bell-chan. He shook that thought off quickly. Even if there was a Bell-chan here, it wasn't his Bell-chan. Besides, there was another person he was looking for. Ryo looked down at the street below and saw a familiar figure standing by a storefront window, gaping at something. There you are, he thought. Time to end this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Muhoshin stood in front of the store, his jaw dropping in disbelief. It was, he thought, amazing what one finds during a leisurely stroll. It was here, the locket, in a simple pawn shop display case. This changed everything. Now he could go anywhere, anyone. The plans to toy with that Ryuga cup would have to be put on hold. There were bigger fish to fry. He held back the urge to laugh, twirled his umbrella happily, and walked into the store. Why? With it he could go to what was surely the source of all his woes, Ryuga from his world. He didn't know why that would be, but he was sure Ryuga was to blame somehow for all this mess, especially Ami's death. Ami. He could go back and... No. It would be Ami. But it wouldn't be his Ami. She'd be some other Ryo Muhoshin's Ami, and the one thing he didn't care to do is get him angry or envious over himself. Wait. That didn't sound quite right. Damn, I have a headache, he muttered. No, enough of this. He was going back to where he belonged, and he'd put an end to Ryuga once and for all. Even if he had to kill him 100 times over. He strolled casually into the pawn shop, smashed the display case, took the locket, and ignored whatever prattling the store owner was saying. The proprietor was Hibiki. He thought about it. Muhoshin calmly grabbed Ryuga's face and rammed his skull into the wall. Ryuga's lifeless body slumped to the floor, leaving a trail of blood on the wall. "Hard happens," said Muhoshin as he looked at the red and white masterpiece that had been Hibiki. "If that isn't a t-shirt, it should be." Pausing only a second more to admire his work, he raised the locket up in his clenched fist, feeling a euphoric sense of triumph. "Bring me home." Nothing happened. Muhoshin stared at the sputtering, sparking locket. "Bring me to my reality." Nothing. He wondered what the hell was going wrong, but someone else managed to interrupt that train of thought. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ryo looked down and watched as Muhoshin lingered in front of the storefront window. He had to get down there as fast as possible. Were he as fit as his father, he had merely done a few jumps, floor by floor to get down there. He looked down apprehensively, and slid down a long pipe, somewhat cautiously. Not the fastest route down, but faster than the elevator. Then he cautiously entered the store. Fortunately, the door was still open, so he entered quietly, and saw Ryuga's head smashed violently into the wall. He was speechless. Ryo Saotome looked in horror at the streaks of blood running down the wall and the body lying on the floor. He killed him. Oh God, he killed him. He'd known many a martial artist in his life, and seen a few fights. His father had too. But nobody ever got hurt. Not seriously, anyway. Nobody got killed when he managed to stop all that madness that Cologne had started with the locket that first time. Now it looked like Ryuga was paying for Ryo's failure. The game had just gotten very serious. "He'll pay for this," Asterisk 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 asterisk. Muhoshin finally noticed something was wrong in the air. He heard breathing. Turning around, he saw a familiar-looking figure with a ponytail and a peculiar little locket around his neck. "You?" he growled. "Inconceivable. Wasn't that the locket? Didn't he take the locket away from him? But then he's got a locket too. What was this? What the hell was this?" Ryo took a small second to collect his thoughts, then looked Muhoshin straight in the eye. In a calm, level, and threatening voice, he said, "Muhoshin, hand back that locket." Muhoshin scowled. "Well, give back the locket, give back the locket. Hey Ryuga, what do you think?" He reached over and turned over the dead Ryuga, and moved his jaw up and down in a macabre pulpitry show, ignoring the bloodstains he was getting on his hand. "Give back the locket? No way. I'm serious. Hand it over now," said Ryo, having the distinct feeling he was being mocked. "Oh, he's serious," said Muhoshin to the dead Ryuga. He moved Ryuga's jaw up and down, saying, "Oh no. What are we gonna do, Muhoshin?" Muhoshin replied, "Well, Ryuga, I just done single quote T __ "Stop it!" yelled Ryo. "No sense of humor, you." Northeast Saotome. Muhoshin concentrated on just leaving the area. He had yet to gauge Ryo's abilities, but if he was anything like the other Saotome, he was formidable enough to warrant caution. Much to his alarm, the locket still didn't work. It sputtered even more violently, flickered a bit, but did nothing else. Meanwhile, Ryo Saotome noticed his locket was behaving in the same way too. Old-fashioned escape it is, then. He slashed out with his umbrella, making Saotome back away, then tapped the side wall, yelling, "PAKUSAI-10KDSU." Suddenly, the wall exploded with a deafening boom, sending dust and debris everywhere. Ryo Saotome instinctively covered his face protectively as the explosion hit, while Ryo Muhoshin quickly scrambled out of the hastily made exit. He bounded out into the street, looked around, then sprang up to the second-floor ledge of an adjacent building. He cursed as the sounds of sirens echoed in the air and got closer. Muhoshin shook his head and frowned. He did not want the direct attention of the authorities, not like this. As he was about to make his escape, Muhoshin was tackled. "I'm leaving and you're coming with me," yelled Saotome, who began to concentrate on bringing Muhoshin back to the reality where he belonged. To his surprise, nothing happened, although the locket was still sparking and sputtering. "Get off!" Muhoshin squirmed, then managed to sling Saotome over his shoulder. Ryo flailed in surprise, and managed to get a grip on the ledge before falling off, and flipped himself back up. He and Muhoshin at each other warily. The two Ryos observed each other, and both silently took note of something. Both of their lockets were flickering much more than usual. Muhoshin took an experimental step forward, and the flickering became more erratic. Ryo noticed too, and they both realized the implications of this at the same time. The lockets interfere with each other. Nobody was going anywhere unless one of them gave up their locket. Exactly why this was so was a mystery to both. Nice looking locket you've got there. Ryo Saotome of the same name as you found another one of these? Asked Muhoshin. Wherever at? I didn't, said Ryo before he was cut off by a sudden slash from Muhoshin. He dodged the blade, then came in with a punch of his own. It hit solidly with Muhoshin's chest, but the only thing that happened was a light wheeze. Muhoshin sent a punch of his own towards Ryo, charged with ki, and slammed into Ryo's shoulder. Saotome stumbled back from the force of the punch and clutched his shoulder while Muhoshin looked at him, puzzled. The force of that punch should have been enough to severely hurt him, and especially a solid punch like that should have snapped some bones. Saotome seemed to have taken it like an ordinary punch. He mentally took note. Ryo Saotome high stamina levels. Down below, several police cars parked and spotlights were set up. They turned them on and the two figures above blinked in reflex and stepped away from each other. We do not have time for this, said Muhoshin, glancing at the police down below. Then give that locket back and we'll all go home, replied Saotome. Muhoshin scowled. Love your name, admire your obsession, but you are really beginning to bother me. I'm the owner of that locket, and you're giving it back. Not gonna. No. It's not right, replied Ryo. Not right to who? Sneered Muhoshin. Fate has put this little trinket into my hands. I'm not one to argue. It didn't belong to you. It does now. I can't let someone as evil as you roam free with that, you know. Muhoshin blinked. Evil? I'll hunt you until the end of the world if I have to, said Saotome. You're not killing another Ryuga. You don't understand. Single quote T. Suddenly, Muhoshin's demeanor snapped into a cold, sharp, intelligent one. You call me evil? Very well, I return the favor. Evil is a label we apply to those whose goals do not walk in the same direction as ours do. Then he snapped back into his deranged look and muttered, some gay named Veneering said that once, I think. BAKUSAIDNKDSU. Ryo was taken by surprise as Muhoshin stabbed into the concrete and set off another Bakusai Tenketsu. The explosion flung them both away and into the air as a gaping hole was left in the side of the building. Muhoshin used the shockwave of the blast to propel himself to the building ledge across the way, then ran into the night. Saotome was flung away by the blast, but landed on his feet on the street below, where a mob of policemen immediately grabbed him. He struggled to get free, yelling, "Let me go! He's getting away!" Muhoshin looked back from a distance, smirked, then raced off into the night. Ryo Saotome fumed, angry at himself, as he occasionally tried to break free of the handcuffs. He found Ryo Muhoshin, but he failed to get the locket back. He failed, and now the element of surprise was gone. Muhoshin knew that he was being chased now, and that's when things get dangerous. What if he goes after Bell-chan? A cold fear washed through his heart. If Muhoshin did anything to her, he'd never forgive himself. No, I can't start getting depressed now. Gotta think. What did he learn today? Ishido had said that while Muhoshin had often tried to kill Ryuga, and a few others, he'd never really succeeded. Obviously, that has changed. He was a killer now, definitely. And he had plans for that locket. Whatever those plans were, he didn't know, but they couldn't be good. The lockets. He smiled as he found one thing of interest that would be very helpful in the future. It seemed that the locket reacted violently to being near another locket. Actually, it was the same locket but looped back in time, so technically the locket reacted violently to being near itself, which meant that the locket could be used as a sort of Muhoshin detector. Not only that, but once he was near enough, the lockets would cancel each other out and they'd be stuck in the same reality. That eliminated the possibility of ridiculous cross-reality chases, he hoped. Now, if he was far enough from Muhoshin, he just might be able to get free of this reality. Who's the nut in the back? Asked one officer to another as they drove the law offender containment vehicle, a reinforced van, towards downtown. The driver had the narrow slit that looked into the containment area, where an angry young man with a pigtail was sitting and brooding, occasionally trying to get out of his handcuffs. Tendo claims he's Ryo Saotome but he don't show on the records. He doesn't? That's odd. Must be an illegal immigrant or something, eh? Hey, what was that flash? What flash? Thought there was a flash of blue for a moment there. Muhoshin continued springing from skyscraper to skyscraper, making sure that he'd not been followed. While he saw the other Ryo get dragged away by the police, he doubted that he would be held for long, especially if he was as formidable as Ranma Saotome. He stopped along a fairly large ledge, across from a clock tower. From here he liked the view. Maybe it was the great view of the clock tower, or the unobstructed view of the lands around the city. It was, inarguably, a nice view. He hadn't a clue as to what was the building, but then he wasn't of the peeping Tom sort. So long as they didn't bother him, things were fine. As he relaxed and focused on nothing in particular, he sensed movement below and peered. A car pulled up, a somewhat beaten-up one. Looked familiar too. Oh, it's one of those police cars from earlier tonight. He pulled out his binoculars, peered down below, and grinned. A lone figure was dropped off, a Ryuga. The police car didn't stick around, so they certainly weren't after him. Or were they? He walked around the building to make sure, and spotted no trap. The Ryuga cop turned slowly to walk into the building, paused, and started chatting with the doorman. Muhoshin took this moment to jump off the ledge, snap open his umbrella, and drifted down below. Soon, the Ryuga extender entered the building, oblivious to the footsteps behind him. Asterisk 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 and Ryuga Marlowe, detective, Ministry of Sanitation, was tired. It was just one of those days. They had the suspect right in their sights, but somehow he got away again. The explosion site again had zero traces of any sort of explosives, and the suspect displayed ridiculous jumping ability. Add to that the involvement of someone claiming to be a Saotome. The only Saotomes on record were Change and Ranma Saotome, and Ranma was the fiancé of the head of the Ministry of Peace, Tendo. More links to the higher powers in this case. Again, it smelled like DNA experiments and government cover UPS to him, and that meant they'd probably shut the door on the case. He stood in front of his door for a moment, feeling very tired, and muttered, "What a hell of a day." He reached for his keys, then lapsed into unconsciousness as a somewhat lengthy figure suddenly appeared behind him and slammed his head into the door. Muhoshin grinned as he dragged Marlowe's unconscious form inside the apartment. He was ready to leave this particularly strange reality now, but not before leaving the endless others of Ryuga something to remember. He whistled happily as he took some duct tape and bound Ryuga's arms and legs together, then had the tower clock up above. "This'll be nice," he mused. Today was a Thursday. He met a maid on a Thursday. He planned to mark the occasion, that wonderful anniversary, before he departed from this wretched reality, with a bang. Asterisk 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 Muhoshin gleefully smiled as this latest reincarnation of Ryuga woke up groggily. It seemed the blow to the head was heavier than he thought it'd be. He'd soon be dead again in a few minutes anyway. Muhoshin wondered if the symbolism would be entirely lost on the citizens of this city. Ryuga, strapped to the minute arm of this rather large clock tower. It was almost a good replica of London's Big Ben clock. Except that the rest of the building aside from the clock was decidedly modern. Minutes away till fun began. Minutes. That was the problem. A few minutes. Muhoshin laughed silently as he stared at the clock, glanced at the locket, then looked over to Ryuga once more. Might as well kill a little time. "Hello again," he said calmly. "Nice view, isn't it?" Muhoshin watched with some amusement as Ryuga tried to struggle out of his bonds. Originally, he'd wanted to crucify him on the clock's arms, but that lacked a certain pizzazz. This was, after all, his last kill before leaving this world, and he wanted to leave with a bang, so to speak. "What the hell is this? Who are you?" Muhoshin sighed. Why did Ryuga forget who he was with every reincarnation? It was becoming somewhat insulting. "Ryuga, Ryuga," he said, sounding genuinely tired. "If you still have to ask," he added, tightening the bonds on Ryuga's feet, "then you are dense beyond belief. I'm warning you. I'm a Mo's officer." crimes committed against officers of the law will get you serious punishment. Do you hear me? Yelled Ryo. Muhoshin decided to play a little game of intimidation with Ryo. That was always fun. He walked over and locked eyes with him, their faces inches away. Policeman, plumber, delivery guy, all your little disguises, Ryo, they don't matter to me. My name is Ryo Marlowe, not just Ryo, and you'd better untie me now, Go-sankuzi. At the mention of the name Go-sankuzi, Muhoshin flinched. Why you keep on adding on names to your own I've never figured out, Ryo, Ryo chidingly informed him, and I most certainly am not Go-sankuzi. With that said, he punched Ryo in the nose. There was a muffled snapping sound and Ed grunted in pain. Offend me again and I'd do more than break your nose. Muhoshin glanced upwards, where the hour hand of the clock was up high. You see that hour arm up there? You notice the time? It's about 12:17 a.m. right now. He paused, looking a bit meditative. You know, I've never talked to you much before. In all those times I've killed you, that is, mumbled Muhoshin. But now, you see, I'm leaving, and I wanted to make a statement before I left. You see up there? There's a bomb in that arm. I know, I've never done bombs before, not really my style. But I wanted to stretch my wings a little. Artistic growth, you see. Ryo opened his mouth to say something, but a quick punch to the jaw ended that attempt. Don't interrupt, I'm ranting. Now, where was I? Oh, the bomb. When next the minute and our arms touch, there should be a big red spot on the clock face for all to see. Muhoshin peered at Ryo, as if thinking things over. Oh, I almost forgot, you could still call for help. Must fix that. He stopped twirling his umbrella and brought the blade tip up next to Ryo's throat. Any last words before I momentarily disable your ability to speak? Yeah. Why? Why what? Why me? Why Ryo's? Why'd you do it? Muhoshin's face darkened. Oh. There's too many reasons. You were first just a thorn in my side. Then you became a real pain. And then you just had to kill her, didn't you? But. I cut you, I stab you, I choke you, I beat your brains out, and there should be only one of you. Only one of you here, anyway. But you still won't go away. Why won't you stay dead? His face turned red with anger, and then after a deep breath, the mask of calm and order returned to his features. And there you have it. What the hell are you? Sorry, I've wasted enough time. Goodbye. Muhoshin reared his arm back, intending to make a nice clear impalement of Ryo's throat where the vocal cords were. He'd probably bleed to death after that sort of cut. Instead, there was a gunshot. Time slowed down. He saw the flash of light coming from the muzzle of a gun, in the darkness of the upper ledge. He felt the bullet slam into his left shoulder, splattering itself against the Kevlar with incredible force, pushing him to the edge. He felt his arm go numb, dropping his umbrella. And then he was over the edge. He was in free fall, spinning helplessly downward. His shoulder had been badly bruised, if not dislocated, but the fact that he was about to become one with the pavement below was a far, far greater concern. He had only one hope left, the locket. Muhoshin closed his eyes and concentrated. No. Safety. Escape. Have to save. Muhoshin became a blue streak of fire, a plunging comet, a fallen being of light. And then he was gone. The rays of the tropical sun shed their gentle warmth upon the face of Tendo, while a moist, warm breeze brushed against her lips and cheeks, and a firm hand shook her shoulder. In her dream, Akan blinked. She liked to be in control, especially of her fantasies. And something wasn't quite right. She ran a mental checklist. Beach? Check. Palm trees? Check. No principal canoe along with them. She was happy to note that had been a quirk of the beta version of this reverie. Breeze? A bit moist, and it smelled funny, but there. Check. Hand. Her shoulder was shaken again. Hand was not supposed to be there. Hand was alien. Hand was bad. Wherefore was their hand? With a sigh, Akan concluded that the problem did not lie in her dream, which only meant that real life must be intruding on her fun, and she'd better check it out. Just in case she was being mugged in her sleep, or something. She felt her shoulder being shaken again. With an air of resignation, she bid adieu to the tropical setting and opened her eyes. Ew. Ranma, don't you ever brush your teeth in the morning? Your breath is tea. Akan blinked. Ranma's face was above her. That she was used to. But she followed the line of his eyes. Ranma blushed. Akan pulled her sleeping back up to her neck. What are you doing staring at my chest? You Ranma caught the mallet before it could hit him or the ground. Quiet, will ya? He whispered, and pointed to Akan's bed. You'll wake our key, another blush. You'll wake me, I'll be up. Akan's angry scowl melted into a smile. He actually cared about their future child's proper sleeping patterns. Maybe he wasn't such a barbarian, after all. Oh, Ranma. She sighed contentedly. Man. If she goes to school, I'm toast. You know how Hero and I react to everything, not to mention Gozen Kunu. I'll never hear the end of it. Why? You self-interested, hypocritical. SSSSSHHHH. Oh. Right. Ranma stood up from his crouch and helped his fiancée out of her sleeping bag. Once up, they tiptoed out of the room and shut the door quietly behind them. A day later, they would regret not having drawn the curtains, as well. Mia yawned and stretched her arms as the morning light woke her from her slumber. She'd been having such a pleasant dream about a picnic in the park with Mum and Dad. Back home. She opened her eyes, then promptly closed them again. too bright. A few squints, blinks, a couple of yawns and her vision finally adjusted to the new photon density. She looked around. It was her mother's room, of course, but not as she knew it. The feel was the same, it had the same touch, and some of the same items, but it lacked something. No, that wasn't right. It was complete, it just wasn't underscore type of complete. There were a few pictures on the dresser, but none of her. There were no wedding photos either. No portraits of all the other happy couples, just a few group shots of rivals thrown together by circumstance. There was no room for underscore here. Miyabi grinned. Not yet, anyway. She just couldn't understand why all these people made such a big deal about hiding what they felt about each other. Wasn't it more fun to get along, to be in love? Words to an old song came unbidden to Miyabi's mind. To be in love is the greatest feeling that a girl can feel. That was every young girl's dream, wasn't it? To find true love. And here these silly people were just looking the other way when found them. She'd show them how to get it right. Oh, she'd show them. Miyabi stood up and stretched. Considering what she'd been through, she felt remarkably refreshed. The girl giggled. She hadn't slept in her mother's bed since she was a baby. Then it had seemed so big, so comforting, and now, 15 years into the past, she could barely fit into it or into the pajamas she'd borrowed from Mom. They were too tight in front and loose in back. But it still was comforting. She had no doubt that it was the maternal lore that infused the room that had refreshed her. Which reminded her, as he noticed the empty sleeping bag lying on the floor where was her mother. Oh, my. Ranma, aren't you going to finish your breakfast? None, that's all right. Ranma flashed his patented "I am actually doing this for an ulterior motive but want you to think everything's fine and dandy" smile. A martial artist asked you watch his calories, you know. Since are you worried about eating too much? Growled Akan. Ranma jerked a finger at a nearby panda, who was busily inhaling a bowl of rice. Since I saw what happened to him. Oh. Besides, I've got to get to school on time. Are you sure you're feeling well, Ranma? A rather large bead of sweat formed on the boy's forehead and trickled down his cheek. Yeah. Everything's swell. He grabbed his lunch, not bothering to sniff it in the usual way. Come on, Akan. We're gonna be, Oku-san. Oka-san. Are you actually going to school without me? Shouted Miyabi from the top of the stairs. Man. Growth. Sorry, Miyabi, but we don't have the time. Maybe some other. Oh. But I'm already dressed. The girl grinned and stepped into the dining room. She was wearing one of Akan's school uniforms, and it fit her perfectly. Well, almost. Little tight around the chest, ain't it? Observed Ranma. Unflabby in the back, on the sleeves are. How come you know so much about Mom's dresses, Dad? Hey, It ain't like that. Oh, but it is, said Akan, in her let's kill a diabetic voice. Ranma enjoys wearing my clothes, except he usually finds them too boring, don't you? What? Why don't you tell her about that time you dressed in a bunny suit and went exposing yourself to all the guys in Mirima? Bunny suit? Expose? Miyabi felt her stomach churning. There were some things she did not want to know. So, she interjected, when do we go to class? How about now? Suggested Akan. Wait a minute. You can't let ER come. Why not, Ranma? I mean, she saw _daughter_. What'll everyone say? Asterisk sniff asterisk asterisk sniff asterisk way ah. My own parents don't want me to get an education. Wait a minute. Who knows how long I'll stay here? If I don't go to school, I might suffer irreparable damage to my learning. Hey, look, she's going, pronounced Akan. Why are you so against it, anyway? It's not like there hasn't been gossip about us before and her cheeks reddened. I kind of want Miyabi to meet all our friends. Well, thanks, Mom. The girl beamed. See you in class. With a hop and a giggle, Miyabi grabbed her father's lunch from his hands and bounded out the door. Ranma shook his head. I've got a bad feeling about this. Asterisk 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 flames snapped and hissed around him. He felt himself tumbling downwards in this endless fissure flame, then suddenly slammed into earth. He would have screamed in pain, except that he was too surprised. Muhoshin blinked. Apparently, it was the suburbs, at night. He'd landed in the backyard of someone's house, and it seemed nobody noticed his entrance. He winced, gingerly touching his shoulder. Bruised badly, maybe dislocated slightly. Moving it didn't feel good at all. He turned his attention to the house, attracted by the sounds of violence like a moth to flame. Making his way slowly inside, he found where all the noise was coming from. Peering in from the entrance, he spied upon several suspicious men beating and mauling someone on the floor. Next to the toaster there were a pair of fingers. He wondered what this was all about, and who was on the floor. As the noisy and violent men shifted around, he finally saw the victim's face. What he saw made his blood run cold. Asterisk 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 she was being torn apart. The men just kept laughing. Dot 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 the world was red and whirling, a rioting dance of pain, and the laughter went on. Dot 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 she felt something break inside, and the pain moved in a different direction and the laughing speared through her and she couldn't reach the pen for some reason. Dot 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 howling laughter, as the blows and boots and fists rained down into her haze of self. She heard someone scream in agony and realized it was her, and the silly pen was just out of reach. How would she make dinner without it? And they were so hungry, and she had the work still to do so that nothing bad would happen. The laughter changed, going from cruel to gentle. Kasumi? Kasumi dear? Mommy wanted her. She ran over, and Mommy tucked her into bed. You sleep now, Kasumi. You've had a long day. Dop dop dop, the blows rained down, somewhere, and someone's ribs broke and speared deep, sending a wrench of asterisk 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 asterisk. They were beating her to death. Damn them. How dare they? Ryo advanced silently, thinking things through. One arm useless, and he didn't have his umbrella either. This would have to be quick and lethal. He smiled grimly as he spied what was available on the countertop. There was a knife. A rather big one. He had one good arm. This was going to be messy. But then again, mess could be artistic too. Slide behind the first one, unsuspecting. Asterisk slice asterisk the throat. One down, two to go. The other two noticed. One reached into his jacket. Must be a gun. Can't let that get out. Asterisk slash asterisk, and there goes his wrist. One more. Asterisk slash asterisk, gracefully raking across both eyes just to make sure. Two down. He winced as the other one landed a solid punch to his injured shoulder. If it wasn't dislocated yet, it was now. No time to waste on anger. Had to finish this fast. With an audible grunt, he tossed the knife at the last one's throat. It impacted quietly, embedding itself in his throat with a slight squishy noise. Time to check on Kasumi. He strode towards her quickly, massaging his injured shoulder, when someone grabbed his shoe. Ah, the gunman. Still alive. Muhoshin sighed, went back to the other dead fellow, yanked the knife from his throat, then planted it in the gunman's chest. That should take care of that. He wouldn't be needing the knife anymore, after all. He finally turned to her, lying on the floor. Savage cuts across her body and face, blood coming out from her nose and mouth, an eye swelled shut, and her fingers. Apparently, it was her fingers that were on the kitchen counter. Muhoshin removed his bloodied suit jacket and wrapped it around her. Hold on, Miss Kasumi. Don't die. Please, don't die again. He kissed her gently on the cheek, then focused, as the locket awakened once more to its master's will. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kasumi was tired, and snuggled down beneath the cool sheets. But the work, it's not done. Mommy smiled, and kissed her cheek. Tomorrow we'll do it together, you and I. Kasumi gave a sigh of contentment, and held Mommy's hand. Dop dop dop, pain, somewhere distant. The clock hit 9:30, and Kasumi fell asleep. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The doctor sighed and leaned against the desk, taking a small moment to catch his breath and organize his jangled nerves. Being part of the emergency room staff was never easy, but it was his career. Trying to catch your breath and get your bearings in the middle of the emergency room wasn't easy either, but he didn't have time to step outside. Hectic day, isn't it? Asked one of the nurses. Yes, it has been, answered the doctor. I don't think I can take another surprise. FWOOSH The entire emergency room screeched to a halt as everyone stared at the two sudden newcomers. "Excuse me," said one, a lanky boy holding a very battered girl in his arms. "Is there a doctor in the house?" The talk of the Mendu Plaza Hospital in Osaka was of the two mysterious visitors that had arrived in the middle of the emergency room in a flash of light. The hospital staff figured it was one of those mysterious superhero things, and that they'd get answers soon enough. Until then, they decided to just treat the girl and leave the boy alone. After all, he seemed like the jittery, disturbed hero type anyway. It was probably a better idea to ask the girl what was going on. Probably. She could feel her heart beating, and there was a horrible pain in her side. After a while, her name came to her. Kasumi Tendo. And after that, the rest fell on her like an avalanche. Somehow, she had survived. Which meant the bomb hadn't gone off, because there was no way anyone could have survived the blast. The monsters were alive and well and laughing, and would kill her family, and there was nothing she could do to stop it, and they had cut off her fingers and they were killing Rakan and Nebiki and Daddy, and she rotted here like poor Yukayu as they killed them to corpses again and again and again. In his seat by the bed, Ryo Muhoshin was jerked awake by the sound of Kasumi screaming her lungs out. Every Kasumi he had ever known had given off an aura of tranquility. The first one had. Hizumi had, pouring coffee, laughing at something funny, even as the life had faded from her eyes. Even then, peace. To see Kasumi scream like a damned soul was somehow the most obscene thing possible, even in a universe of infinite Ryugas. It was like spitting on God. It made him want to run. But she needed him. And again and again and again. "Please, Miss Kasumi, you're safe. Please stop. They won't hurt you anymore. Please stop screaming." The voice was pleading, desperate. Was she screaming? It looked like she was. What did it matter? They were dead. Burned, broken, gone forever. All her fault. Please, you're all right now. They had done things to her, done them with the things she had thought were good. You cooked things on stoves and you sewed bright yellow scarves with needles and you chopped vegetables for stew with knives, and they had beat her and cut her and burned her and taken her hands and pierced her and killed them, and nothing mattered but them dead a Canaron may dead a Dynabik dead. Please, they won't hurt anyone anymore. Please. The world stopped. Please, the voice sobbed. With a supreme effort of will, Kasumi spoke. The men they're dead. The blessed voice replied. They were dead. Her family was safe. She hadn't failed. It was finally over. Oh God, what had happened to her? What had they done to her? Slowly, painfully, Kasumi began to cry, and something black and dreadful fled. She cried, as relief and horror and pain coursed through her. Arms enfolded her, and she heard the voice weep as well, heard the pain in it, too. Her good hand reached out and found his, and together they drowned the rest of the world in their tears. And as the world left, so did she, a wave of nothing rising to swallow her. Muhoshin gently eased Kasumi back into bed as she once again fell asleep. He took a deep breath, stepped outside, then gripped his shoulder and stomped around while muttering foul language. He really had to have that shoulder looked at. The people who walked by the room paused often and looked around at the occasional sound of minor construction. Muhoshin didn't mind them at all. While waiting for Kasumi to recover sufficiently, he'd taken it upon himself to go out and scrounge up parts for a replacement umbrella. A quick trip to a hardware store and a department store got him all the equipment necessary. It was while he was putting together his weapon of choice that he meditated over the current situation. It wouldn't do. The situation, at island time, was the enemy, and his current position did not bode well strategically if his enemy in time, Ryo Saotome, somehow appeared. It was miraculous enough that the locket brought them to a hospital that had, thus far, asked no questions. But he needed Miss Kasumi on her feet, up and mobile, or else they might catch up with them. As if that wasn't enough, his shoulder was still aching badly. The doctors looked him over and did the best they could, but he was in no condition to defeat anyone he considered an enemy. And if that Saotome showed up, no, couldn't allow that. He took the magic artifact in his hand as he paced back and forth at the foot of Kasumi's hospital bed. She was in no condition to go anywhere. No. Too many bruises, too many broken bones. Damn Ryuga for this, he's always to blame. She just wouldn't heal in time. Must leave, he muttered. Must leave soon, get better fast, HM. His words went unheard, as Kasumi slept on. We're panicking again, thought Muhoshin. Mustn't panic. No, not going to panic. Think it through. Yes. What was called for was a cure. A miracle. Surely there was something out there. After all, there was the locket, a miracle in itself. Maybe there was some sort of healing water, made *FWOSH*. He was blinded by the azure light, afloat in the air, not knowing what he did to set off the locket this time, and it really made him mad. He held the locket to his face and screamed at it, "You damned piece of SHI, splash *. He thrashed around violently in the water, angry and furious at the chaotic set of events and really unhappy that he'd been dumped in the water in a good suit yet again. With much thrashing, splashing, and occasional cursing, he made his way to the shore, where he spent a few seconds on his back and breathing. When he stood up, he finally saw his surroundings clearly. It was a forest, an incredibly thick forest, the kind of forest that reeked of mystery. Not because of the large tacky billboard that read Raigen's Hot Springs, the natural healing waters. Definitely not. Partially because of the dense fog, partially because of the really large spring he'd just finished getting out of, and partially because of the 10-foot-tall garden variety lizard that was staring at him. He blinked. That couldn't be right. He looked again. Yes, a 10-foot garden variety lizard. Damn. Asterisk chomp asterisk GH. Muhoshin pounded on the creature savagely with his umbrella at a frantic pace as it casually munched on his hand. After a few seconds, he realized what he was doing wrong, switched to the blade end, and blew its brains out with a Bakusai Tensatsu. His hand was a bloody mess, with cuts everywhere and 1 or 2 holes as well. Fortunately, no fingers were missing, but still, it was an ugly sight. He knelt down to the spring and put his hand in, hoping that the cold waters would ease the pain. Stupid locket. Stupid locket. My hand chewed off. Stupid F asterisk number sign %head piece of S number sign exclamation point asterisk locket. His angry ranting disappeared as he noticed his hand had somehow been healed. No cuts, no holes. It was, well, a miracle. Wait. If his hand was well. He tested his shoulder, moving it around slightly. Heck. He was surprised he didn't notice it earlier. His shoulder was perfectly recovered. Oh. Muhoshin grinned. This would do perfectly. Now all he needed was something to hold the water in HMM. He snapped open his umbrella and plunged it into the waters, letting it fill with liquid. A bit leaky, but for now it would have to do. Right then, this should do wonders for me. He held the locket, glaring at it. No surprises, understand? The locket made no reply, staying silent and awaiting the will of its master. Back to the hospital, now. Asterisk F asterisk 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 asterisk. It was a terribly disappointing day for some in the hospital. The mysterious duo that had been staying there had vanished, leaving some in an irritable mood and the accountants really grumpy who, after all, was going to pay the bill. That Ultraman crash landed in the parking lot and everyone felt better again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The island was small as islands go, and rather isolated. Not to mention pretty. White sand beaches, a waterfall gurgling down a gentle slope, a cozy little house. It was like something out of a second-rate Trouble in Paradise style cop show. Only without the annoying cast and tacky shirts. In fact, Ryo mused, the locket had behaved itself pretty well during the last few jumps. He had gotten everything Miss Kasumi needed, and hadn't come across a single Ryuga. Take us somewhere safe and peaceful, he had said, after soaking the hospital bed. This place seemed to fit the bill nicely. Not that he would really mind killing Ryuga again. But killing in front of Kasumi wouldn't be right. Not right at all. She was still sleeping peacefully, slumped in the hammock on the porch where he had put her. Now and then she cried out, and sometimes it was in fear and sometimes anger. The water, whatever it was, had done wonders. Her bones had knitted, the gashes healed, the abused organs brought back to health. But it had taken a lot out of her in exchange. And you couldn't heal some things, it seemed. A long scar ran down from beneath her eye, surrounded by pink-white tissue where the skin would never quite recover from the burns. Much of her chest and back, he knew, was the same. Her poor fingers well, they looked as if they had been severed years ago. But they were still missing, all three of them. He saw, in his mind's eyes, the gang of Ryugas beating her. He had killed them, and he would wipe out the rest of the whole stinking person if it took him well, a very long time. A tiny corner of his mind tried to remind him that the men really hadn't looked at all like Ryuga, but he ignored it. He looked at her poor, maimed face. It didn't hold peace, but it wasn't in agony either. Maybe she would be better later. She was better now than the way she had been, after all. Asterisk. Her eyelids fluttered for a few seconds, and then opened. She woke to a surprising absence of pain. It no longer hurt to breathe, and the drugged, nightmare quality of the painkillers was gone as well. A breeze blew across her face, and she smelled the salty tang of the sea. A seagull was crying somewhere, the sound lonely yet somehow pleasing. It all reminded her of that island Kunyu-san had managed to shipwreck them on. She had secretly rather enjoyed that. Maybe opening her eyes would be in order. Yes, she decided it would be. The visual aspect was pretty nice too, it seemed. She was in a hammock on a porch, with waves lapping at a beach in the distance, and a concerned-looking young man in tidy clothes, carrying an umbrella. Wasn't he one of Akan's friends? Akan. She had to save her family. What was she doing in this lovely place when her family was? Or had she saved them? Miss Kasumi? Said the nice young man. How are you feeling? The voice. He was the one. She forced herself to sit up, feeling a bit stiff but otherwise sound. The men, please, are they really dead? The young man nodded, his hand clenching around the handle of his umbrella. Those things will never hurt any of you ever again. Never, ever. Relief and gratitude flooded over Kasumi like a wave. So the bomb did go off. But then how had she lived through it? The young man just looked puzzled. What bomb? A cold feeling crept down her spine. The bomb in the kitchen, the one that was going to go off at 9:30. I thought you said they were dead. Her voice rose, hysteria leaking in face pale. The young man shifted nervously. I don't know about a bomb, but the men are dead. I took care of that myself. They can't hurt you. He had killed them. He looked like a nice boy, but he was so thin. Then she looked closely, and saw the way he fidgeted, and knew him for a martial artist, and martial artists were good. Daddy was one, and Akan, and Ranma, and Yukaiu and Ryuga-kun, and funny, wonderful Dr. Tofu, and she herself had been one too, long ago, before Mommy went away. Sometimes they took Akan on trips, and acted funny, and then Ranma would have a match with them. And then everyone would go back to the dojo and Kasumi would make them lunch. They never blew people to corpses, or took away fingers, or did horrible things. You could trust martial artists. You could trust them to hit people, for one thing. And they could be awfully silly at times, and that's why they needed Kasumi. To cook and clean and help and keep the men from hurting them. Where are we? She asked. This certainly didn't look like Tokyo. I'm not sure, he replied. I told it to bring us to a safe place, and it did. He gave her an anxious look, and she almost smiled. I'm Ryo Muhoshin. Or did you know that? She shook her head. I'm Kasumi Tendo. Pleased to meet you. It was always important to be polite. But she also had to find out what was happening, and if her family was truly safe. What's it? Where's Daddy and Akan and Nabiki? He pulled out a piece of jewelry, and Kasumi shrank back. She knew what it was. She had seen it in the Nanvan mirror, in the tumbling maelstrom that lay outside of time. It was an aspect of the mirror, and there was something wrong. You're a time traveler. It was said flatly. Ryo's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? I used the Nanvan mirror, she said, her voice a monotone. I went back to save them, to stop the men, to change things. And I did, didn't I? And I'll get home from Osaka and everything will be alright. She trailed off in horror. The men were dead. Why wasn't she home from Osaka? But I'm still here. She whispered. Ryo sat down beside her on the hammock. The locket moved through reality. Possible timelines. Universes. She listened numbly. Kasumi had gotten home from Osaka and made dinner. But it wasn't her. It was happy Kasumi, who didn't see that there were men who wanted to kill and bomb and shoot. Kasumi had come home, but she wasn't the right Kasumi. Am I Kasumi? She asked the ocean. The last time I met you, you were me, Ryo said helpfully. She would have to get home. She would have to get home and protect her family, because the old Kasumi couldn't see that there were bombs and guns and needles that didn't make scarves. She'd start on the way home, and she'd make it. And then everything would be like it was. And she'd bake cookies. On the way home. Kaori, she said. My name's Kaori. He looked at her. Are you sure you had me, Miss Kasumi? No, Kaori said, kindly. I'm not. Asterisk. The rest of the day passed in silence. Kaori slept, dreams of cookies and washing mixing with nightmares of explosions and knives. It wasn't a very pleasant sort of rest, but her body demanded it. Muhoshin stood guard, umbrella clenched tightly in one hand, waiting for the Ryugas to jump out from the shadows behind the door. Eventually, he concluded that the Ryugas were just as bushed as he was, and went to sleep at the foot of the hammock. His dreams were just as unpleasant as hers, oh much more original. He was back in the hospital with Miss Kasumi, only for some reason he was the one in the bed. And there was Ryuga, damn him, in the bed across the way. He tried to leap up, to put the damn hibiki out of his misery, but for some reason he had to finish the crossword first. Ryo Saotome strolled past, a smug grin on his face. Clumsy. Inept. He sneered. I'm better than you. I'm the best Ryo. Everyone follows me. You're a joke, Gosling. A real. Muhoshin swung, intending to give his detractor a second mouth below the overly loud first, but Ryuga blocked with his own umbrella, laughing as he did. Misumi shook her head sadly at him, and walked away, not seeming to notice the unnatural angle her neck was bent at. There were other bits, chock full of imagery and precognition, but he didn't remember any of it when morning came. Kaori was up at dawn. Sleeping in was something that happened to other people. Muhoshin-san was curled up at the foot of the hammock, clutching his umbrella and making muffled snuffling noises. She permitted herself a smile. He really was rather adorable like that. The floor of the house was covered with the dust of years, and Kaori searched for a broom. Sadly, the former resident had neglected to stock basic cleaning equipment, and she was eventually forced to lash palm fronds to a pole. Makeshift broom completed, she sunk into the bliss of housework, humming to herself as she did. Muhoshin woke up in an odd mood, dark circles around his eyes. This was perfectly normal, as dark circles around the eyes are one of the more noticeable traits of Gosankuji lookalikes. He vaguely recalled something about Ryo Saotome and crosswords, which struck him as being both silly and disturbing. The floor now more or less clean, Kaori turned her attention towards her rescuer. Leading him over to the table, she began to rummage through the pantry while Ryo stared in sleepy fascination at the patterns in the formica top. The owner had been fond of spam and rice. 5 minutes later, Ryo was presented with roast rack of spam on rice, a cup of coffee, a yellowed newspaper, and a dead flower in a chipped shaving mug. Kaori stared at nice Mr. Muhoshin as he ate. He reminded her of Ranma, in that he was only half awake and grumpy in an offensive sort of way. Ryo, for his part, gulped the spam, drank the coffee, and mechanically scanned the newspaper. Apparently some sort of alien invasion was occurring, with the paper rather hysterically insisting that something called the RDF was capable of handling the threat. That had been some time ago, judging by the age of the paper. Not that he cared. Reality seemed to be like Kleenex these days, disposable, easily ripped, and often filled with all sorts of unpleasant snot. Finally, Kaori decided to ask a big question. Muhoshin-san, she began hesitantly, do you know how to get me home? His face crinkled in concern. Yes, but don't do that, Misumi. Kaori. Miss Kaori. It's not safe for you there. Her heart skipped a few beats. Not safe? But what about Akan and Nebiki? Were they in danger? Why is it not safe? She asked, worry seeping into her voice. Ryo's face contorted for a second. Saotome, he muttered. Him and the others, from the other realities. Dangerous. He unconsciously twirled his umbrella in a tight circle, muttering as he did. Kaori felt confused, and her worry grew. Saotome? You mean Ranma-kun? He shook his head emphatically. Ryo Saotome. Ranma and Yukayu Kwanji's son. He's an arrogant, self-righteous. Ranma and Yukayu's son. Not Ranma and Akan's. Yukayu's. But Ranma loved Akan and he only liked Yukayu and he was going to marry Akan, because that was the way things would be. Unless something happened to Akan. Miss Kasumi, are you okay? Unless someone hurt Akan, and killed her again, in which case Ranma might marry Yukayu. Miss Kasumi. She forced herself to look at him. I'm fine, Muhoshin-san. This other Ryo is he nice to Akan? Muhoshin shrugged. He doesn't like it when Ranma and Akan are together. It makes him very unhappy. He scowled. And he hates me. Hate. Kaori's eyes narrowed. Then there's the Radical boy, who says he's Ryuga and Yukayu's great-grandson. But you said Ranma marries different realities, and he's an idiot. Ryo shook his head slowly, an almost sad look on his face. To think the architect of all my misery could produce such an utter fool. Kaori giggled in spite of herself. You sound like Ranma and Ryuga always do. I'll kill Ryuga, and then he'll see. Again. That. She giggled again. Just like them. Ryo tried to decide whether to be angry at that, but the good mood was infectious. If it weren't for his habit of blowing up in a key explosion, he'd be nothing. She paled. Key explosion? Explosion? Big ones. The good mood vanished as she contemplated a mental picture of a huge key explosion blowing apart the dojo. She began to shake, and hugged herself. Are you cold, Miss Kaori? She shook her head. No. Is there anyone else? A delusional madman named Ishido, a lady of questionable morals named Childra. He snorted in disgust. Gosling indeed. Questionable morals. Goes after anything male with a pulse. Kaori blushed. Oh my. Disgraceful, Ryo muttered. Oh, and there's some girl from the near future. Harmless. Miko. Miki. Mia. Something like that. That's everyone? Yes. May I have some more coffee? Certainly. Thank you, Miss Ami. Kaori. Thank you, Miss Kaori. You're very welcome, Muhoshin-san. As she set the coffee pot back down, she mentally ran the list of time jumpers through her head. Anti-Akan, anti-Ryo son of Ranma, a Hibiki who occasionally detonated, a madman, a whore, and some girl. Her family needed protection, that was certain. But how was she supposed to give it to them? Any son of Ranma's would be a formidable martial artist, and the same was probably true of the Hibiki bomb. Ryo absent-mindedly batted it flying out of the air with one fingertip. Muhoshin-san, are you a martial artist? He nodded in affirmative, his mouth full of coffee. Could you teach me? Coffee sprayed across the table. Miss Kasumi, he stammered, it's not really something you can pick up in a few days, and it's not really you, and your wounds. I have a black belt in Tendo Ryukempo. HMM. While there's no rule that states martial arts training should take place on a white sand beach with surf gently lapping at the shore, it's definitely one of the better places. It just reeks of atmosphere. The fact that the budding student was wearing a frilly white apron made a slight dent in it. He had begun by attempting to pass on a bit of Muay Thai kickboxing. Okay, Miss Kasumi. I take these two coconuts, toss them in the air like so. Snap crack and break the first one on the upswing with my toe, and the second while bringing my heel down. Oh my. Now, why don't you try it with just one that single quote asset, throw it up, and then find swoosh pionk oh dear are you alright, Muhoshin-san? 5 coconuts, 3 broken windows, and 2 mild concussions later, it became apparent that kickboxing wasn't something Kaori took too easily. He decided to make a stab at teaching her the umbrella, so to speak. And indeed, she seemed to pick up many parts of it with almost uncanny speed. Her thrusting and swinging was excellent, requiring only a good teacher to put the finishing polish on. But in other areas, no, Miss Kaori. You can't stab with it like that. It's the umbrella handle. You have to stick people with the sharp end, otherwise they just look offended and rip your head off. Oh dear I single quote I'll try to remember, Muhoshin-san. But she didn't, not very well, anyway. She kept trying to use the umbrella like HMM, like a staff. Muhoshin squinted at her. If he didn't know better, he would say she had some sort of bull training. You keep practicing, Miss Kasumi. I'll be right back. He quickly jogged back up to the house, and entered the kitchen. Sure enough, the palm frond broom was propped neatly in a corner. Snatching it up, he trotted back down to the beach. Here you go, Miss Kaori. Try using this. It probably wouldn't amount to much, but you never knew. Things sometimes just fell neatly into place, round holes sucking in square pegs. Kaori took the broom with a certain amount of trepidation. After all, you used this sort of thing to clean, not to hit people with. But monsters used knives to cut and stoves to hurt, and they had put needles their and twisted the good things like jagged pain. Asterisk swish 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 asterisk the broom spun and wove, and danced. Asterisk swish 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 asterisk it didn't look like a broom. It looked like a fast-moving blur of brown air. and it was rather hard for the eyes to track. 1 second it was above her head, the next behind her back, the next in front of her. Ryo stared in amazement. Miss Kasumi ... have you ever used a bow before? No, she answered. But I use a mop and broom all the time. I see. The house has some rather hard to reach corners, does it? And I have to swat a spider on occasion. Really? Oh yes. Ryo considered this. Must be really big spiders. No, just tiny ones. Except when they get into Akan's cooking, then they swell up and grow spikes and fangs, and glow a little. He idly twirled his umbrella, trying to focus. Umbrella and stickwork had many common points, and Ryo had taken the basic UWSMA long blunt things course. But most of his techniques centered around the fact that he had a razor-sharp piece of metal at the tip of his weapon, a curved hook at the other, and, of course, the rapier point for the Bakusai Tensatsu. He wished he had a pole kind of that. Cerulean fire flared. Sanwei was in an interesting position. On the downside, he was in the middle of the mightiest fortress in Mei, surrounded by legions of the Imperial Guard, and presently #1 on the Emperor's list of people I'd like to kill in interesting ways. On the upside, he had the tip of his staff pressed to the throat of the Imperial Princess Akan, favored daughter of the Way of Heaven, and his finger on the button that would send several inches of razor-sharp steel through her throat. Back off, he suggested to the guards. The guards considered this, and did. Slowly, keeping his eyes moving about the room, Sanwei led the princess towards the door to the Great Hall. His plan was actually pretty simple: get out, demand and get a ransom, rape and kill the princess just on general principles, and flee this pest-hole of a nation a wealthy man. The snipers in the hidden alcoves in the roof watched his progress. Some considered putting a few arrows in him, but decided that he would probably be able to press the button before keeling over. The Way of Heaven would then congratulate them on their fine shooting, and order a tub of boiling oil as their reward. Just then, the rather unpleasant-looking runes etched along the side of the staff began to glow with a crimson light. Sanwei frowned. Normally it only did that when the blade was immersed in human blood. There was a flash of blue light, and the spot of air rushing into fill a roughly staff-shaped hole. Sanwei's position suddenly got a lot more interesting. But not for very long. Muhoshin looked around, wondering where the locket had brought him this time. It took a few seconds to realize that he hadn't gone anywhere. On the beach in front of him, however, lay a staff of dark brown wood. What was that? Asked Kairi. He picked up the staff, noting the squiggly markings running the length of it, and the two buttons in the middle of it. Let's see what pressing the first one does, he thought. *SWHINK*. One end of the staff sprouted 15 inches of wickedly sharp, silver-gray steel. Another push, and it retracted. And the other button. A long metal needle emerged from the other end. Ryo grinned. Ooh. Nice. Miss Kasumi. Why don't you try using this for a while? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kaori eyed the staff with distrust. She had used it to practice for over a week now, thrusting and spinning and swinging it at empty air and crude practice dummies of palm fronds. It was perfectly balanced. The weight was just right for her. So was the length. Using it was effortless. But something about it felt wrong. Nothing she could put her finger on, but the weapon made her uneasy. Perhaps it was the carvings along the side. Because if evil had a separate alphabet, this was how it would look. Her nightmares had begun changing as well. The man-monsters still came, but instead of letting them beat her, she thought, the blade would sever heads, the needle pierce organs, the wood crack skulls, and then the bodies would shift, and become Akan and Nebiki. The last time the dream had happened she had felt a deep satisfaction after seeing the corpses change, and had woken up screaming, horrified at herself. And she thought she wasn't sure, but she thought she had seen a fading crimson glow from where her staff hung on the wall. Kaori shook her head. She was letting her imagination run away with her. And besides, she had been doing well. She always lost her sparring sessions with Muhoshin-sen, but she had almost had him the last time. Even if he was pulling his punches with her, he was still very good not in Ranma's category. But that _no-1_ was in Ranma's category. Without the staff as a weapon, she would be beaten in a matter of minutes by Akan. With it, she could conceivably hold her own against, say, the Kwanji girl. She needed to protect her family, and the staff would allow her to do that. And, just in case she ran into someone who she couldn't take using martial arts, a ryuga or a shampoo, well, something would come up. There was more than one way to skin a cat. Martial arts was just the most direct and physical way. Bombs, Kaori had found, worked well. So did projectile weapons. You didn't need years of training and discipline to use them, either. Just cash and a dealer. Muhoshin sat slumped in his armchair, a cup of cocoa rapidly congealing next to him. He was pondering. Miss Kasumi was very insistent about going back to Nerima. Ryo didn't like that much. The place was crawling with hibikis and Saotomes of the worst sorts. But she was adamant on the point, and he knew he'd give in and take her. The training had gone well. She had a knack for both the stick work and that form of kempo she used. He wondered what she'd have been like if she hadn't stopped training. That's not a command. He mentally snarled at the locket, glaring at it with narrowed eyes. For a moment, he thought he sensed a wave of disappointment coming from it. Ryo wanted to make her the best martial artist she could be, so the Ryugas wouldn't find her easy prey. And, given her a weapon, the Bakusai Tensatsu would be perfect. Problem was, he didn't feel like throwing her at boulders, which was the normal training method. He entered, put a fresh mug of cocoa and a spam sandwich on the side table, and quietly left. It was enjoyable, really, living like this. She took care of him and he taught her. And when the dreams got too bad, which seemed to happen frequently, the other was always there. Sometimes he even felt content. But she had to go, and he had to put an end to Ryuga and Ryo Saotome. Because if he did, the dreams would stop. There had been many of them, lately. Odd ones. He had commanded something called a super-dimensional fortress, crewed by a group of brain-dead, beautiful women. Weird. He had dialed the wrong number and wound up living with some sort of deity. He even had the normal falling dream, only in his someone kept screaming, "P-A-R-N-N-N," as he fell. He didn't mind them very much. It was kind of interesting, in fact. Except that Ryo Saotome and Ryuga always put in an appearance. Ryuga, a giant wearing a metal eye patch, commanding a fleet of cucumber-shaped battle cruisers. Ryo Saotome, female with marks on her forehead, hitting him over the head with a mech hammer. Ryuga, carrying a red glowing umbrella, tossing a boulder down after him. It was bad enough that they polluted his waking hours. But to have them invade his dreams, how dare they? How dare they? Muhoshin-san, please don't charge your umbrella with key inside the house. You're scorching the carpet. Oh. Sorry, Miss Kasumi. Kaori. Sorry, Miss Kaori. That's okay, Muhoshin-san. His train of thought, momentarily derailed, moved back onto the subject of the Bakusai Tensatsu. Actually doing it wasn't hard at all. The main trick was learning to see the breaking points. Preferably without killing yourself in the process. It had to do with the fact that everything was connected to everything else, and if you pushed something like so, it would knock something else out of line, and that would knock something else out of line, and so on. Of course, no human had the jeweler's touch required to do that physically. In essence, the jab was the conduit for a stream of ki. Muhoshin grinned. He had an idea. Kaori stood, staff held loosely in one hand, listening to Muhoshin-san explain this new technique. She had seen Ryuga-kun do something like it many times. In fact, she was normally the one who cleaned up after it. No matter how you used it, it was guaranteed to make a mess. Now, he said, see this rock? I want you to put the needle of your staff against it and try to push a little bit of ki down it. Do what? But I don't know how to do that. No one ever taught me any ki attacks. Don't attack. Just try to push yourself along the staff into the rock. Imagine the rock is dirty somewhere, and you need to find out exactly how the surface is so it can be cleaned. Alright, Muhoshin-san, she hesitantly replied. The needle snapped out and was placed against the rock. Kaori stared at it for a second, and then reached into herself. Kasumi Tendo, through a curious accident of genetics and mindset, was a natural kimatsu. She radiated calm. It was almost impossible to summon up fighting spirit in her presence. It was like trying to sunbathe in a blizzard. Of course, Ranma, Ryuga, and Nakan managed it anyway, the first to being insanely powerful walking key sources and Nakan having developed a slight immunity over the years. But when Kasumi turned her full attention on them, even they found it hard to keep fighting. That was Kasumi Tendo. Kaori Tendo didn't radiate anything. But the thing that had done the radiating was still there, and it was that which got forced down the staff. Muhoshin watched hopefully. Something was happening. The carvings on the staff were glowing with ki. Funny, that. Normally the glow was blue, not this rather unpleasant shade of red. Her ki flowed down the staff, into the rock. There was someone else in here with her, but never mind that for now. Oh my, the rock. Who would have thought a rock could be so complex? It was like a building, a spider web, a concerto. And it was covered with weak spots. She didn't understand how she could have missed them before. Carefully, she pulled herself back up the staff, feeling the other person vanish. She opened her eyes, and looked at the world. There were breaking points in the rock. There were points in the house, in the staff, in the trunks of the trees. In Muhoshin-san's bones. In her bones. She twirled her staff, and in one swift motion thrust it at the rock. Ryo watched as the staff flared with red ki energy. The point struck. Oh yeah. Maybe it would be a good idea to duck. The rock burst apart in a flash of crimson light, sending fragments flying everywhere. Kaori stood, staring at the small crater in front of her. Her apron was covered with dust, and she seemed to have acquired several small cuts. Was that the right way, Muhoshin-san? Normally it's a good idea to learn how to control the direction of the shrapnel before blowing up large rocks. Oh dear. I think there's some Bactin and band-aids in the house. Learning how to control the way in which huge boulders detonate is a rather tricky thing. On the one hand, practice is vital. On the other hand, the practice itself can be rather hazardous. Kaori had the good fortune to be using a rather long pole to perform the Bakusai Tensatsu, and was thus able to put a makeshift shield, composed of a card table and several bits of palm frond and bark, between her and the rocks. As a result, she got through her training period with no more than a few shallow gashes. Ryo insisted on supervising her. He neglected to build an improvised shield, being used to showers of small bits of rock. While he hadn't lost much blood, Kaori reflected, that really was a nasty lump on his head. It was hard to get used to fragments the size of an eggplant. At the end of another week, she was able to send a devastating shower of rock fragments in any direction she desired, with minimal injury to herself. It was a potent form of attack, and it had the additional advantage of surprise. After all, the most common form is done using the finger, not a weapon. She just wished it didn't make such a horrible mess. And that was it, really. She had dusted off her old training, added a weapon, and picked up a technique that even Ranma didn't know. It was time to go. Her family was waiting. Poor Muhoshin-san. She sometimes got the feeling that something was bothering him. He ranted about Ryuga-kun all the time, but that was normal enough. Ryuga did the same about Ranma. Ranma did it about Akan. Akan about Ranma loudly and melodramatically vowing to kill that fiend. Insert name here was a sign of affection. But Muhoshin-san _brooded_, which was a new thing for Kaori. None of the Tendus brooded. Akan hit things, Daddy cried, and Nabiki brought international markets to the brink of ruin. It was a good thing to act people let out their feelings. Well, unless you were the person Akan hit or the company Nabiki gutted. Ryo didn't just hold things in. He compacted them, squeezed them tighter and tighter and tighter. But he was a nice young man, which is why she worried about him on occasion. And a large part of her wished she could stay and look after him. And as him look after her. Kaori shook her head, flustered. That wasn't who she was. She was the caretaker of the Tendo family, the only one who saw the horrible things bearing down. She was the adult among children, and she didn't need anyone at all, because they needed her. If she showed weakness, it would drag them all down. But it was hard to remember that in the early part of the morning, rising shrieking out of a nightmare. Who would tell Muhosh Ryo that it was only a bad dream? Who would tell her that? Her jaw tightened. She didn't matter. It was nothing that they had cut her and disfigured her and taken her fingers. There was only the work, and the work was her family, and she would finish it. And maybe then she could rest. It was time to go. Asterisk. It had to happen sooner or later, he reflected. Miss Kasumi was nothing if not determined. So you'll take me, Muhoshin-san? Ryo shifted uncomfortably, fiddling with his tie. Yes, yes, of course, yes. But you have to promise me to be very careful, you see. Of the Ryugas, and the other Ryo, the domineering one. Watch them, don't let them sneak up behind you. Yes? The asterisk snap swings asterisk of the staff's blade extending and retracting was Kaori's response. He laughed, the sound slightly thin. And don't tell them about me. Hate? Yes, Ryo hates me. Of course, that's fine. I don't love him like a dear lost brother either. No, Mo love their brother. Fa. No, see your mirror brought you there. Yes? She looked confused. Lie. Ugly word, that. He leaned forward, eyes glinting. No, just reordering events. Reality is flexible, modeling clay for words. A nod, almost giddy feeling was welling up in him. Hard to say if it was enjoyable or not. Sequence and order, Time and stress, they are most important in this matter. Saotome wishes to brand me a traitor, and my allies with me. Yes, turn them all against me. Rewrite reality in your words, for both our sakes. She nodded, a determined spark in her eyes. Poor Misumi. He hoped the Ryuga stayed away from her. But if he killed them all and their little dog Ryo, she single quote "D be safe," and that was important. He didn't know how many times you could die before you stayed dead. I'm ready, Muhoshin-san. He'd kill them just as fast as he could. Ryo grinned. Us. With imaging gleam our swift scene flies, in motion of no less celerity than that of thought. Misumi is set on her course, and the stage is now transported, gentles, to Niruma. Blue light took them. And Act 5 annotations for Act 5. There was something familiar about those tears. Something more painful than the fires that delivered him to this world. Bell-chan? He whispered. Not quite the Bell-chan he's thinking of. This is Belladonna, a Ranma 2096 continuity. The nighttime sky in Tokyo was fairly nondescript. Ryo Muhoshin has returned to the continuity of Stefan Gagne's Ministry of Confusion. An explosion rocked the temple. Kiichi looked up from his textbook. Word? He asked. Oh my goddess. By Koju Fujishima. I thought you looked like Ranma. Word declared, slapping the table with her free hand. So, did you inherit his magnetic charm? In addition to this being an oh my goddess section, Ross Mackenzie, on a whim, also decided to tie it into the Sirite parenthesis real world by rubbing you. He growled. Inconceivable. A tip of the hat by rubbing to the story, The Princess Bride, in which a villain in the cast often says, inconceivable. Ed Ryuga Marlowe. Tip of the hat to Philip Marlowe, a detective made famous as portrayed by Humphrey Bogart in several movies. Flames snapped and hissed around him. He felt himself tumbling downwards in this endless azure flame, then suddenly slammed into earth. He would scream in pain, except that he was too surprised. This scene is the start of the crossover with Mike Loder's Smoke and Mirrors. Kaori, she said. My name's Kaori. Kaori equals on the way home. Apparently some sort of alien invasion was occurring, with the paper rather hysterically insisting that something called the RDF was capable of handling the threat. RDF equals Robotic Defense Force. Yes, we went there. Sanwei was in an interesting position. Sanwei and his reality are entirely creations of Mike Loder, made explicitly for this story. Ranma 1/2 characters by Rumiko Takahashi. Story, Ministry of Confusion, created by Stefan Gagne. In an infinite universe, there's an alarming amount of possibilities. It was a rainy Thursday night in the city. The gray skies seemed to be a reflection of the people down below as they moved emotionlessly through the alleys and streets that made up the great big rat race called Tokyo. It was raining hard enough to make seeing difficult, and there were quite a few wrecks already in Main Street. In some darkened alley, Ryo was dragging some trash, grumbling about the injustices of life in general, and ticked off at a certain customer that really ticked him off. Ranma Saotome was the kid's name. Just looking at his face got Ryo irritated for some reason. Ryo sighed, took in a few deep breaths, and decided to forget the matter. He knew he had quite a temper, and he really did try to control it. "You there?" a voice said, from somewhere nearby. Ryo turned around, looking for the source of that voice. It had an echo to it. Whoever it was must have been on the fire escapes. "Hello, Ryo," the voice said in a cold, flat tone. Ryo's temper flared. He didn't like being messed with like this. No, Ryo ever did. "Show yourself," he yelled. "Coward! Coward!" No. There was a sound of movement in the darkness. Ryo looked up to see, but the rain poured into his eyes. Suddenly there was a dark form in front of him. He heard several swishing noises, and suddenly there was a burning sensation on his chest. Ryo looked down at the gashes that were there. The stranger's fist suddenly glowed, and Ryo was struck in the jaw with incredible force. He crashed to the floor, bleeding and dazed. His jaw was probably broken too. It definitely was in pain. The stranger sighed. Not much of a fight. He looked up and wondered what he did to deserve this. "Why?" Ryo said. "Why me?" There was a pause. The figure bent down. He whispered into Ryo's ear. "If you have to ask, you'll never know." And with a final stab, Ryo was dead. Converging series prelude. Deviations from the norm. The time, a future near you. The place, Tokyo, Japan. There was a time when revolution, disaster, and radical change had hit Japan. There was a change in the very face of the nation. With earthquakes, floods, and typhoons, the casualties were alarmingly high. There was a labor shortage in Japan. And so, to solve this problem, the ministries selected various persons and themselves for cloning. Basically, there were some very familiar faces out there, mostly because there were several thousand copies of those faces. With such drastic times came drastic changes in the government of Japan. The democracy was replaced eventually by a system of 4 separate but equal ministries. The Ministry of Economics, which controls the financial parts of government. This branch was governed by Nabuki Tendo until recently, when a government scandal revealed illegal operations which she had overseen. Then there was the Ministry of Data, headed by Minister Mthus, which regulates information. The Ministry of Peace, which handles military affairs, was until recently overseen by Kodakai Kuno, until her demise. And then there's the Ministry of Sanitation, operated by Kasumi Tendo. It cleans, maintains, and recently, it upholds the law in Japan. This is a story of one of their cases. Hearing case file 6992.6991.04.01. It was another lazy red tape Monday. He was at his desk, as usual, filling out forms instead of doing his job. God only knows why they make fill out all these nonsensical paperworks. The coffee wasn't helping much either. There's just something not right about coffee beans grown in Japan, he really believed. It has to be from Colombia or France, or it just wasn't right. Hiroshi walked by his desk, carrying a box of his own little paperwork held to fill out. "Hey, Ed, how's it going?" "Not much." "You?" "Prowler suspect. Some guys hopping across the skyscrapers at night." "Woo-hoo, how dangerous," he said emotionlessly. Then the phone on the desk rang. "Ed Ryuga Marlowe, homicide," he answered. "Marlowe? 'S me, Taro. We've got another one. Ryoga murder. Ryuga murder. Damn. Alright, where's it at?" 11:35 tie, in the alley. No witnesses, sorry." He hung up the phone, angry. This case always got him mad. It had been happening for the past 4 weeks now. Someone out there was killing Ryugas. Sometimes it was just one, sometimes it was a damn bloodbath of Ryugas. They had nothing in common, except for the handsome face and that ever so classy middle name. He sighed, got up, put on his Ministry of Sanitation uniform. Less than Ministry of Sanitation. Why on earth did they ever move us to their jurisdiction? Greater than he often wondered, and headed out. It was raining. Great, he muttered. Less than I'd 8 rained out. Greater than asterisk. The crime scene was just like all the others. An isolated place where no witnesses would be likely. Down on the floor was the unlucky man of the day, carved up severely. If he didn't die of those cuts, he'd probably died of blood loss. "Marlowe, what are you doing here?" This was Shinozu Sawada, Ed's partner. "It's a crime scene, Shin." Shinozu still looked a bit clueless. "I'm a cop," yelled Marlowe. Oh yeah. Right. Sorry about that." Ed sighed. Shinozuke was a part of the price for the police moving from the mop to the mows. He was one of the new breed of cops, kinder, gentler, and more suited to being a social worker than a law enforcer. Marlowe looked around and found his partner, Pantyhose Taro, who was at the moment gloved and examining the crime scene. "Hey, Pantyhose, call me that again and I'll break your nose," moodily replied Taro. He'd acquired the nickname after a sting to bust a rampagging pervert backfired and Taro ended up tied up and bound by, and wearing pantyhose. It was a hilarious sight to the officers who rescued him, until he got free and let them know how much he appreciated their sympathy. From that day was born his unfortunate nickname. It was also how he became infamous for being a bit short-fused when people were joking about it. The only one that ever got away with teasing him was his partner. "Education, come on, just joking." "I'll kick your butt later for that," grumbled Taro. Right. Is there anything we can get out of this?" "No fingerprints, no witnesses, nothing under his fingernails, no signs of a struggle. We do have footprints. Better than nothing. Must've been a tough guy to have been slaughtering up Ryugas like that. We're a pretty strong bunch. Actually, the shoe size is king the average." "What?" and by the depth of the impression of his footprints, I'd say he's a little on the light side. No guarantees, but looks like a man's shoe. We'll run a match down at the lab later. Alright then, a fast punk with a thing for razors. Possibly. Marlowe sat at his desk, looking over the evidence gathered so far. The case had them stumped. Either the perpetrator, or perpetrators were damn lucky, or they were professionals. No witnesses, no clues. What did they have so far? The first Ryo that was found. The first one that they think the perp did. It was a sloppy job. Blood everywhere. Looks like he put up a struggle. It was obvious that the murderer took time to cover his tracks, wipe off prints, all the little things. Clean enough to leave no clues, but definitely a sloppy kill with signs of panic. But after that, the murders got more savage. Well, not so much savage as, well, sadistic. Lately, he'd been really carving up his victims, cutting where it had definitely hurt. As if he was intending to inflict some serious pain before they died. Not only that, but he's been damn clean about it. Getting almost clinical now. It was as if he was practicing. This new one though. Something was different. The perp always flashed his victims to death. This one had a busted jaw. Significant? To add to the weirdness, a few of those Ryugas had a funny burn spot, right in their brain. Once our forensic man reported it and a squad from the mob came by and took all the corpses. What did the mob have to do with this case? The police put out an alert about the Ryuga situation to all branches, and Ed's group became a task force dedicated towards finding the serial killer. Any situation that may have anything to do with the Ryuga killings was referred to them. One day a call was sent to their department. Apparently, a Ryuga in an apartment complex had been late several weeks for the rent. The apartment was a dark, cramped, with unreliable hallway lights and the only bright sources of illumination being from the ends of the hallway. It looked, quite literally, like the lights at the ends of the tunnel. Ed stepped in front of the apartment door while Taro backed him up. "Ready?" asked Taro. "Of course." With a little hesitation, Ed unlocked the door and flung it open. They immediately looked for a target to shoot as they carefully made their way into the apartment. The place was clean. No mess lying on the floor. There was a pleasant smell coming from the kitchen. Apparently, someone had been here within the last hour. Smelled like yakitori. They finished walking around the rooms, finding each one empty. "Looks like nothing," muttered Taro. "Yep. Seems like it." As they walked out the door, Ed muttered, "Let's lock this place up and put it under, sir." "Oh, wondered Taro. Ed nodded his head down the hall, where a dark silhouetted person in a raincoat was standing there, seeming to watch them both. They couldn't see his face, hidden in shadows, but they could sense that he was surprised to see them. "You think that's?" whispered Taro. "Got a feeling," mumbled Education. "Take a step towards him." They stepped towards him. He immediately bolted down the stairs. "Freeze! This is the police!" he yelled, chasing after him. As they came to the stairs, they heard a strange guttural yell of some sort, and suddenly there was a loud explosion. Dust and debris flew out and they ducked for cover. Once the debris settled, they peered over to where the staircase used to be. "Damn," muttered Taro. "He's packing bombs." Ed pulled out his portable phone and dialed into the station. "Get the bomb squad and Analysis boys down here. We've got the perps aboard." Days later, much to the bafflement of everyone, the Analysis showed nothing. There was no traces of explosives or ammunition on the staircase. There were fingerprints all over the apartment, but they didn't match anything on the mod records. However, they did find the Ryuga that owned the apartment. "Hey, think we found the missing Ryuga," said Taro, looking at the shelf above the small fireplace. "Oh? Where?" Taro held up an urn and opened it. Bits of bone and ashes rattled about. Either there was a heavy smoker in the house, or the resident Ryuga had become incinerated. It was after the 5th week that they finally got a significant lead as to the identity of their suspect. 4 Ryugas, working on underground systems, all killed and buried in some massive explosion, were the latest victims. The crime scene, as usual, yielded nothing much, except for more footprints, but there was an automated teller nearby, and that had a camera. The police had taken the surveillance tape and bring it over to the labs for examination. Ed and the others of the squad at the station watched with serious intensity. They all wanted to nail this guy. Of course, a fair amount of them were Ryugas, so the feeling was understandable. The image was all fuzzy, and off to the corner, since the ATM wasn't built for anything but near-distance visuals. But in the background was the manhole where the 4 Ryugas went in. 1:35 a.m. Unknown subject enters the manhole, carrying some object, maybe a crowbar, maybe a long sword. Can't say for sure. Between 1 and 2 in the morning was the coroner's estimated time of death. 1:50 a.m. mysterious explosion occurs. 2 o'clock a.m. subject leaves manhole, and looks RIGHT into the camera. "No way," muttered Ryuga. "Whoa," said Taro. "Haven't I seen this guy before?" asked Shinozuke. "It's Hikarugo Sankuji. That guy that brought down Zebiki Tendo and set off that big ministry shakeup," said Taro. The other officers mumbled their agreements as to who was on the screen, and their various paranoid theories on the matter. "All right, so our suspect is probably one Hikarugo Sankuji. Anybody know the whereabouts of this guy?" yelled Education. "Dunno," said one officer. "Heard he went into seclusion after the media attention died down." "So, where is he?" wondered Taro. "Okay guys, get out there," barked Ed, suddenly taking the leadership role. "Get in contact with his former employers, his neighbors, get into the modnet. I wanna know where he is." Ed," said Taro. "Come on, people, let's go." "Marlo." "What?" "Prints. Remember those? The fingerprints? What about him? They don't match, remember?" Ed paused. He could have altered the records at the mod. He used to work there, you know. His motive? Wondered Taro. I don't know. Just get him. Okay, Ed. But I dunno. Taro shrugged and went off to his desk terminal. SHINNOSUK. What are you doing? Yelled Marlowe. Shin blinked. He looked around. I dunno. What am I doing? It took several officers to hold Ed back, while some others ushered Shinozuke out of the room. A Ryugi extender with a temper tantrum was a thing to behold indeed. Afterwards, Marlowe took massive dosages of headache medicine. Lately, when his temper flared and he was about ready to hit someone, the nagging headaches would come back strong. Price of the job, he always thought. Asterisk somewhere within the offices of the Ministry of Data, a computer alert beeped. Another program activated, sending a signal across Tokyo's telecommunications lines. And finally, in an office somewhere, where a computer screen flickered to life, a pair of eyes twinkled with glee. Well, they're looking for _him_. Data scrolled across her screen. For a murder? Oh, this is rich. There was a malicious grin. Ah, he's on vacation right now, tired of the constant questions and the price of fame, he says. But little rat. Well, I know where you are, Dee, and so will the police. After an anonymous tape, Taro stared suspiciously at his screen. After 4 hours of searching through the net and contacting former associates, he'd drawn a blank. And then someone emailed him an anonymous tape. GOSUNKUGI at 5_seasons_resort.okinawa, an incredibly bad pun on email addresses, but a tape was a tape. Warrants were drawn up and the squad headed to Okinawa, where they unceremoniously dragged Go-Sunkuzi out of his penthouse suite and dragged him behind bars in a matter of hours. What's going on? Yelled Go-Sunkuzi from behind iron bars. Why'd you do it, Goes? Asked Taro. We've got video placing you at the scene, Ed followed. No use denying it, said Taro. Might as well confess, Ed suggested. Who's this guy? Asked Shinozuke. He was quickly thrown out of the questioning room. I didn't do anything. Come on, Go-Sunkuzi. We've got camera footage and everything, I added. Nebiki's behind this, isn't she? Accused Go-Sunkuzi. I'll get her for this. Ed punched at the cage, next to his face. He was ready to tear his lungs out. Less than there goes that headache again. Damn it, greater than Ed winced and rubbed his temples, wondering if he had any Tylenol lying around amongst the lint in his jacket. Asterisk less than something weird is up greater than thought Ed as he thumbed through the report. The 6th week, the 6th set of murders. And they had Go-Sunkuzi under surveillance the whole time. He was behind bars while the murder occurred. Either Go-Sunkuzi was innocent, or he had a partner in crime out there somewhere. With much embarrassment, he released Go-Sunkuzi, who was threatening to sue for wrongful imprisonment. With that lead gone, the search went on. He sighed and took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee. and frowned. Something wasn't right. He had personally ordered and paid for several cans of Colombian coffee, the real stuff, with real cream and real sugar. This swill, whatever it was not the coffee that he had been using lately. Alright, who's been screwing with the coffee brewer? Hey, wasn't me, said Taro. Pantyhose had a bad temper about his nickname. Ed was even worse when it came to someone messing with his coffee. Who who made equals this equals coffee? Yelled Ed, holding up the offending pot of coffee. Excuse me, Ed, gotta refill the coffee machine, said Shinozuke, apparently oblivious to Ed's mad rant. Upon digesting this request, Ed became deadly quiet, then opened his mouth. Did you say _refill_? Asked Marlowe. Yeah, we were out this morning and I had to put in some more grinds. Ed was beginning to look a little more capable of violence than usual, seeing as how apparently Shinozuke had as much talent with making coffee as an Akan extender did with cooking. Before he could begin to start violence on the unsuspecting and absent-minded officer in question, Shinozuke turned to Ed and said, You know, this weird coffee stuff tastes awful. Where'd you get this stuff? He lifted the can up high. Ed looked at the odd-looking canister. I didn't buy anything in a can like that. He looked around. Hey! Who taught this coffee? After a while of silence, Ed asked, Shin, where'd you get this stuff anyways? I got it at, you know, I forgot. Meanwhile, in evidence storage. Hey, where'd those Ryuga ashes go? Asterisk another week, another murder. The murderer had some variety in his technique this time. One Ryuga beaten to death, one bled to death, and one was killed by internal explosion. The forensic team was baffled. Apparently, there was an explosion inside the Ryuga's body and bits of bone tore through his organs. However, there was no trace of explosives of any type on the body. The fourth one was hit repeatedly with some sort of energy. Again, the forensic team was at a loss as to exactly what it was. Ed, Taro, and Shin lounged at the Hollywood diner, mulling over the case. Ironically, everyone forgot why Shin was along for the ride. Well, obviously, said Ed, munching on a donut, this guy hates Ryugas. Obviously, agreed Taro. Certainly, added Shin. Who? They managed to ignore him. He's a skinny young man, with black hair and large eyes. He's a Karubo Sankuji. Or looks like him. Did I order something yet? Wondered Shinozuke. Oh come on. We've got his face on camera. But Ed, it was his face on the film, and you're saying it's not him? A Ryuga extender passed by and asked, Need anything else? Refill on the coffee, said Ed Ryuga Marlowe. Okay, sir. The Ryuga waiter walked off. AHM. Taro smirked. Ahem what? Asked Marlowe. Think I've got an idea of what's going on. Call me crazy, but, well, hear me out. Go on, I'm listening. Gosankuji extender. Ed blinked. It would explain a few things, wouldn't it? Come on, the ministries had done a legal extender production before. We had Gosankuji under surveillance and still someone gets killed. I think. Go on. I think they've made another line of extenders. Supposed to have been secret, like, I dunno, assassin extenders, or something. I mean, who'd expect a wimp like Gosankuji to be able to kill you? Anyways, they made a bunch of assassin extenders, let him loose with us citizens, and we're planning to use him later, for, dark ops. Dark ops? Undercover operations and such. Riot. Yeah, anyways, something must have gone haywire. The extender freaked. And maybe now his designated target was a Ryuga. Taro. Yeah? Start drinking decaf. Ed turned away from his partner and took another deep sip of coffee. Despite his words, Ed had a look of doubt in his face. Hey, did I order anything yet? Asked Shin. Ed dropped Taro and Shin off at their apartments and headed back to his own little cube in the tower for some well-deserved rest. He parked the car in the garage, stepped out, and got clubbed in the back of the head. Hours later, he woke up, tied to a chair and with a damn lamp in his face. He reacted as any Ryugu would. You're gonna pay for this. They were, if he ever got free. Ed Ryugu Marlowe, fueled by donuts and coffee, was a nearly unstoppable force. Listen up, Marlowe, and listen up good, somebody said. Lay off Gosankuji, alright? Right. Trust us, he isn't. He's got an airtight elite guy, understand? Ed understood. No matter what, Gosankuji wasn't to be touched. He was beginning to think that maybe Gosankuji was innocent anyways. Although at the moment, after being kidnapped, bound, and put under a spotlight, his opinion was swinging the other way again. Why the big fuss over him? Let's just say that if something unfortunate happens to him, it'll cause a rather unpleasant chain of events. Everybody loses. Got it. And, even if he is somehow connected to these killings, someone sighed. He isn't the killer, you thick-headed moron. Well, there's this footage. Baited Ed. He just wanted to see how they'd respond to that. You ever think that he might have been cloned? There was a fairly tense pause. They used to have cloning tanks, you get my drift, said the voice. Are you saying them is doing illegal ops? Just maybe. Or, you know where Nabiki Tendo is nowadays, right? The former head of heard she was running some small-time company. She's running the Indian now. Modest factory on Tanuki and 84th Street. High-tech stuff she's working on. We all hear. High-tech, no? Be sure to check for hidden spots now. See ya. Hey. WH was all Ed managed before he got hit by a spray and took another quick nap. Asterisk somewhere in town. Did you get it done? / yes, Mr. Moose. He ought to be looking her way about now. / good. Last thing we need is Kosankuji raising hell. We all know what happens if he ever gets in trouble. Muse frowned. Gosunkuji had lots of information on lots of people, and Muse was one of them. As insurance, he'd told all the current heads of ministries that if he was hustled in retaliation for his part in uncovering the scandal involving Kodakai Kuno and Nabiki Tendo, he'd demand their assistance in getting out of whatever trouble was sent his way. Muse really regretted hiring Gosunkuji. / You want me to keep an eye on Marlowe ? / Mumber, that's alright. / Alright then. Knight boss. / See you tomorrow. / And good luck with shampoo. Boss. / Shut up. Ed and Shin headed down to the D&O Corporation building, a relatively small tower in the sea of buildings that was downtown Tokyo. Once they went beyond the steel doors, the high level of taste that the former director of the MAG was showing. There was quite a lot of mahogany and wood decor. And nowadays that sort of thing was expensive nowadays. A Nabiki extender greeted them. Do you have an appointment? She asked, making sure they didn't feel welcome. Marlowe and Taro. Mahami sighed, said Marlowe, flashing his badge. I see. With frigid calm that could only be done by a Nabiki extender, the secretary turned away from Marlowe, as if he was just another person, and had a brief talk with someone unseen through the vidphone, then turned her attention back to them. Through those doors, please. Marlowe and Taro made it a point to ignore the secretary as they passed. They weren't in the mood for snooty secretaries, and had to blow off steam somehow. Marlowe and Taro. Mahami sighed, said Marlowe. Taro just stayed quiet and tried to look tough. It seemed to be the appropriate thing to do. Gentlemen, have a seat, said Nabiki. What seems to be the problem? Miss Tendo, began Marlowe. Do you recognize this man? He pulled out a photo. Who that is, said the amused Tendo, and what connection he has to me have public knowledge, Mr. Taro. Please don't waste my time with redundant questions. I'm Marlowe, he's Taro, and there's no need to be rude. Reminding himself that he doesn't hit girls, Marlowe continued. I'll be blunt, Miss Tendo. Do you have equipment to generate extenders here? Nabiki looked somewhat insulted. Please, officer, it'd be foolish of me to make the same mistake twice. I'm out of the extender business, thank you. Oh? So, what's T&Doing about then? Looking a bit more relaxed, Nabiki said, T&Doing is just this little company, as you see, a project to get me financially back on my feet. And T&Doing is in the business of, we're developing replacements for extenders. No offense meant. Nabiki smiled, pleased that the statement had mildly offended the present company. Replacements for extenders? What can you use to replace extenders? Why, robotics, of course. She leaned back, a look of self-satisfaction on her face. Imagine, no more extender rampages. No more questions on morality of labor conditions. Lower production costs. We're obsolete now, is that what you're saying? Asked Marlowe, his Ryuga fangs becoming a little prominent. Not so much obsolete but morally questionable. You saying I've got bad morals? No, I'm saying that it's become morally questionable to continue the production of human beings merely to fit in as a gear in the clockwork of society. We've created a slave class, and that's becoming unacceptable to society. You can't tell me that you've got all the same rights as naturally born people, even if you are an officer. Maybe not now, but things are changing, grumbled Marlowe. Yes, things are changing. There's going to be no more point in making extenders, now that they're going to eventually get the same rights as humans. What's going to stop an extender from refusing to do the job that he was bought just to do? Nothing. If the extender rights movement keeps going the way island robots, on the other hand, don't have any desires, no dreams, no complaints, no demands, and if you're cruel to a robot, then who's going to complain? What's so immoral about kicking around a robot? Marlowe was about to say something in an angry response, but a quick kick on the shin by Taro reminded him of the matter at hand. So, have you had any success so far? Oh, we're doing very well, in the mechanics phase. We've got a humanoid frame that's capable of mildly complex movements. Probably find a niche in the construction industry. Are these robots strong? Asked Marlowe. Very strong. Tendo didn't like where these questions were headed. And their AI? They do what they're told. Nothing more. Can they handle complex tasks? He asked, giving a slightly accusing look to Nabiki. That depends. Is there anything else you want? Marlowe gave a slight grin. It didn't mean anything, but he hoped it'd make Tendo a little nervous. Looking at his watch, he said, "Well, I think I must be going now, Miss Tendo. Thank you for your time." As they were striding out of the building, Taro pulled out a small portable phone and started talking. "We're out, guys. Find anything? / we scanned the place as best as we could. / and / no extender tanks around here. / how about the ministries? / the places with the tanks are the only ones that have single quote and .. thanks. Well, Marlowe, looks like that one's a miss. What do you think? What do I think? Well, let's see. Someone was trying to line up Miss Tendo for a fall. Incredible lack of evidence, oh, isn't it? Asked Taro. Yeah. But, think on this. Maybe we aren't looking for an extender. Oh. You think it's a robot? Maybe. If Miss Tendo's being modest about how advanced their robots are, then yeah, could be a robot. Or it could be someone with an interest in extender sales that wants to put an end to their project. Oh yeah, there is that. Say, I've been meaning to ask, but how's it feel to be an extender? You mean the feeling that you're not an individual, and are in fact one in every 20 faces out there? Yeah. We all deal with it. It's no big deal. We get a manual to read when we're bored. Coping with clonehood. Wanna read it? No thanks. Asterisk meanwhile, somewhere else. Asterisk RIIN asterisk RIIN asterisk RIII. Hello? / they just searched TNDOM. Third only dots / and / the single quote ray clean dots / what? But it has to be them. Who else could it? / just telling you what happened dots / did this scan the place? / from top to bottom dots / there has to be another lab somewhere. That's it. / want me to start looking around question mark / yeah, thanks. / Don single quote T worry, goes, you've got an airtight alibi dots / and I'm innocent too. / if you say so dots / asterisk somewhere, on the rooftops, it was a quiet, dark, neon and moonlight-lit night. There was a shimmer, a small spark of blue light. Suddenly, the spark exploded into an oval shape, hovering in the air for a second, then disappearing. In its place, a young pig-tailed man stood, gripping a flickering locket and wearing a grim expression. Asterisk meanwhile, the pawn shop owner sat in his small, crowded shop, watching the rain drizzle by his storefront window. It was a slow day, like every other day. A few old computers sold here, some actual wood furniture sold there. Profitable, but slow. The front door opened, slowly. A pale, gaunt individual walked in, his eyes looking somewhat shifty. Hello. May I help you? The person glanced at him. I'm looking for jewelry, you might say. Asterisk a few minutes later. As Taro drove back to the station, Ed mulled over the case. Seemed to be getting awfully political for a simple case of serial homicide. Ed pushed those thoughts aside and decided to try out some of those Zen mental exercises to relieve some stress. He was finally getting into a nice, quiet, Zen-like state of mind when number sign all units, head to 82nd and Main, the MHI building, repeat, all units head to 82nd and Main, the MHI building, first floor pawn shop. To suspects, possibly armed and dangerous involved in street riot. Repeat number sign. Oh well, let's see what's going on, said Taro. Less than so much for meditation greater than thought education asterisk they arrived on the scene somewhat late. In front of a small pawn shop on the first floor of the Meiji building there were already several squad cars. What we got? He asked a passing officer. Looks like petty theft, assault, property damage, and murder, he answered, pointing to a gaping hole in the side of the building. There's a dead Ryo extender in the building and we've got one guy in custody now. Says he's the Saotome, but he's got no identity on the mod files. What's he look like? Skinny? Pale? Asked education, no. King average, black hair, about 5'7", ponytail. Damn. But, added the officer, the other guy was skinny. Other guy? About 5'6", black hair, short, skinny, tail. What? Ed pulled out his cellular phone and started yelling. From the rooftops nearby, a figure in the shadows grinned, spinning a cane-like object in his hands briefly, then ran off into the night. The prisoner transit vehicle rolled silently towards the station, a solitary figure locked in the back. From a narrow slot, one of the officers looked at their prisoner. The resemblance to the fiancé of famous modhead Tendo was close, but it definitely wasn't Ranma Saotome. While he put up quite a fight when the officers had tried to apprehend him, at the moment he was looking extremely docile. Satisfied that the prisoner would try nothing, the officer was about to turn away when a sudden blinding flash of light struck. By the time his vision cleared, the prisoner was gone. 30 minutes later. Great. Just great, Ed muttered, sulking in the passenger seat of Taro's car. Both suspects got away clean. What do you think of the other guy we caught? Wondered Taro. The guy that disappeared while in custody? Yeah, that was suspicious. The guy matched the description and claimed to be a Saotome. Although he got the first name wrong, and the iris scan didn't match at all. Think someone's trying to set Tendo's fiancé up for a fall? Asked Taro. Could be. They tried to set up Nabiki Tendo already. Thing is, who is behind all this? Is someone really out to scandalize the heads of the ministries? Are they working with the killer? Or was it just a case of one bunch using another event to their own advantage? Lots of questions. Education, hey? We're at your place. The squad car pulled over to a nondescript towering apartment complex and slowed to a stop. See you tomorrow. Education, yeah. See you tomorrow. Pantyhose. Right, whatever. Coffee boys. Taro drove off, leaving the Ryugi extender to stand out in the sidewalk momentarily. Ed stopped for a moment to have a bit of idle chit-chat with the doorman. A little about the weather, some talk about baseball and race, and a bit of politics. After a short while, he said goodnight to the doorman and walked up the stairs. He was enough of a health-minded person to make a point to use the stairs as often as possible. Finally, he reached his apartment, some floors up. Later, he would criticize himself for allowing this to happen, especially with him being a policeman and such. As he unlocked his door, Ed sensed something behind him. He turned, but not quick enough as a severe blow to the back of the head knocked him unconscious. A lean figure, his features obscured in the shadows of the doorway, grinned. Hello again, Ryuga, he hissed. Let's make some art. Marlowe woke up groggily, feeling a throbbing pain in his wrists and legs. His back seemed to be a bit stiff as well. Hello again, said the calm, cold voice. Ed opened his eyes and was met with a sudden attack of acrophobia. Nice view, isn't it? Asked his captor, currently out of sight. Ed found himself tied to the minute arm of the grand clock across from his apartment and many floors up. What the hell is this? Who are you? Asked Marlowe. There was a sigh. Ryuga, sighed the figure, sounding genuinely tired. If you still have to ask, he added, tightening the bonds on Marlowe's feet. Then you are dense beyond belief. I'm warning you. I'm a Mo's officer. Crimes committed against officers of the law will get you serious punishment. Do you hear me? Yelled Ed. The figure finally came into view, putting his face right next to Marlowe's in an angry scowl. Policeman, plumber, delivery guy, all your little disguises, Ryuga, they don't matter to me. In the glow of the dim light, he could see clearly a WAS Ikarugo Sankuji, or an incredible imitation of him. There was something different in his manner, however. The way his eyes bore down on him, the way he sneered, the nature of his movements was, for a lack of a better description, somewhat snake-like. Also, he couldn't see exactly, but from the corner of his eyes, Ed could see that the stranger was twirling a cane of some sort in one of his hands. My name is Ed Ryuga Marlowe, not just Ryuga, and you'd better untie me now, Gosankuji. At the mention of the name Gosankuji, the Gosankuji-ish figure flinched. Why you keep on adding on names to your own I've never figured out, Ryuga, said the Gosankuji look-alike, and I most certainly am not Gosankuji. With that said, he punched Ed in the nose. There was a muffled snapping sound and Ed grunted in pain. Offend me again and I'll do more than break your nose. The Gosankuji-like figure glanced upwards, where the hour hand of the clock was up high. You see that hour arm up there? You notice the time? It's about 12:17 a.m. right now. He paused, looking a bit meditative. Less than if this was a robot, greater than, thought Marlowe. Less than it had incredibly advanced AI. It's either that, or an extended gone wild dot greater than, you know. I've never talked to you much before. In all those times I've killed you, that is, mumbled the Gosankuji-ish person. But now, you see, I'm leaving. And I wanted to make a statement before I left. You see up there? There's a bomb in that arm. I know, I've never done bombs before, not really my style. But I wanted to stretch my wings a little. Ed opened his mouth to say something, but a quick punch to the jaw ended that attempt. Don't interrupt. I'm ranting. Now, where was I? Oh, the bomb. When next the minute and our arms touch, there should be a big red spot on the clock face for all to see. The person peered at Ed, as if thinking things over. Oh, I almost forgot. You could still call for help. Must fix that. Whatever was twirling in the Gosankuji twins' hand came to a stop and was lifted. Marlowe felt cold steel touching his neck. Any last words before I momentarily disable your ability to speak? If he managed to survive this experience, he'd want to know one thing. And he asked, yeah, why? Why? Why what? Why me? Why Ryugas? Why'd you do it? The Gosankuji person's face darkened. Oh. There's too many reasons. You were first just a thorn in my side. Then you became a real pain. And then you just had to kill her, didn't you? But. I cut you, I stab you, I choke you, I beat your brains out, and there should be only one of you. Only one of you here, anyways, but you still won't go away. Why won't you stay dead? His face turned red with anger, and then after a deep breath, the mask of calm and order returned to his features. And there you have it. What the hell are you? Sorry, I've wasted enough time. Goodbye. The Gosankuji thing raised its arm back, and the cane-like object became somewhat clearer. It was something black, with a curved handle. But the most obvious feature was the 2-inch blade at the end. Everything else was unclear in the dim light. Less than not a good way to die, greater than, thought Marlowe with much gloom. He shut his eyes and braced for the impact of metal on flesh. Instead, there was a gunshot. He opened his eyes and turned his head as far as it could go. He managed to see the Gosankuji look-alike stagger back, clutching his shoulder, then falling off the edge of the ledge. "Hey, Marlowe, at you," came a voice from above. "Hiroshi." "Hey, Marlowe. Small world, isn't it?" Hiroshi, on the ledge above the clock, looked down. He'd been waiting here on a hunch that the rooftop vandal would show up near here. In the process, he'd fallen asleep for a short while. But after a while the sounds of ranting woke him up. He peeked over just in time to see someone about to stab a Ryugi extender. Remembering about the case from talk in the office, Hiroshi realized what was going on and took a shot just before what appeared to be an attempt at murder took place. "Get down here and untie me," yelled Marlowe. "Hold on, I'm watching the guy drop." Maybe it was sadistic of him, but Hiroshi couldn't help but watch as the body flew through the air towards the unyielding pavement below. Down below, Ed's temper was ticking. Cut the crap and get me out of here. Meanwhile, Hiroshi was keeping track of the descent. 60, 50, 40 floors, dop. "Whoa! Something weird, Marlowe," said Hiroshi. "Yeah? What?" "Your guy's glowing blue." "What?" Far below, as the Gosankuji look-alike plunged downward, he began glowing blue, then became a bright blue comet blazing towards the street. And then, "What the hell?" yelled Hiroshi. What? "Untie me already so I can see what's going on," roared Marlowe. "Your guy just disappeared." Down below, a street urchin heard something clatter. He picked up a large, black stick-like object. Seemed to be relatively unscratched. The pawn shops ought to give him a decent amount for this. A couple of days later, Marlowe was back in the office typing out the report for the case. His nose was bandaged up, getting him unwanted glances. To add insult to injury, Taro inked a piggy nose onto the cast while Ed was asleep. It wasn't a good start to the day. However, the coffee was good, and Shinozuke managed to remember to get more plastic cups. He took a sip of coffee and thought the case over. It started out as just another serial murder, then got messy when the name Ikaru Gosankuji was dragged into it. After some anonymous tips, things were getting damn political. Whoever the killer was, It was confirmed that it was definitely not Go Sankuji. While Ed was held captive, Go Sankuji was a guest at a very public party. His alibi was airtight. Who was the killer? From blood samples at the clock tower confirmed that it wasn't likely to be a Go Sankuji extender. Unless the DNA was altered in his growth stage so that he wouldn't be exactly like Go Sankuji. If they had the patience to alter blood and DNA, why not just make him look like a non-celebrity? Unless they wanted Go Sankuji blamed for the murders, which led to the revenge factor, and Nebiki Tendo. Her robotics, perhaps? No. Robots don't bleed. Although cyborgs do. A little plastic surgery, some robotic enhancements. But what would Nebiki Tendo gain by slaughtering Ryugi extenders? Nothing, really. She'd benefit by causing extender rampages, not killing them off. The Go Sankuji look-alike mentioned a her that was killed. Ed began wondering who. The only dead woman of any importance he could think of was Kodakai Kuno. Maybe this was a post-death arrangement she made just in case she met a premature end. But then what did she have against Ryugas? And what about the way that Go Sankuji thing disappeared? Big blue glow? Then nothing. Teleport technology wasn't a reality. Unless the government was hiding something and considering their past behavior, that was a possibility. Self-destruct? Perhaps. It could been. The wind was a bit strong that night, and if he'd burned himself to ashes, they'd be scattered all over the city. Even the weapon he was carrying wasn't found. Screw it. Screw it, screw it, screw it. He closed the file on his word processor and took another sip of coffee. Less than on. A good brewed a dot greater than Marlowe had a feeling that this case was over and there'd be no answers from the powers that be. Might as well close it out. He took another sip of coffee, then stared at it, and then started glowing an intense red. SHINMOSUK. Meanwhile, down at the lab. Hey, where'd those urine sample cups go? E&D Brody'd lot southeastest now else in the dark backward and abysm of time. W. Shakespeare time to live time to lie time to laugh time to die takes it easy. Baby take it as it comes don't move too fast and you want your love to last oh. You've been moving much too fast time to walk time to run time to aim. Your arrows at the sun The Doors Converging Series website. http://www.tkeep.org/tilde/rpm/converging_series/ranma2096 website. http://queen/4cw6/2096a.htm Jansen http://clink.queenshoe.k/tilde4cw6/children.html Hibiki examines subpage http://clink.queenshoe.k/tilde4cw6/xanon.htm Conser Editor's Preface. Well now, what to say? Trish has always been on my to-read list. and having her write up a story for Converging series was something that pleasantly surprised me and had me worried. Remind me to tell you kids about the Converging series curse sometime. As for the subjects she writes, well, every epic story usually has the hero, the villain, the crisis, and the romance. Ishido and children are that romance. Readers of Converging series often ask us what we plan to do with the pair, since there is a distinct possibility that these lovebirds may be torn apart by the old sea of time. Well, this story answers that, I suppose. It also meets the base needs of man in several ways. One, it features a lesbian relationship. A lot of men, myself included, find that sort of thing darn irresistible. Two, it's got the younger man/older woman angle going. You folks ever stop and think about how old children really is? Or how young Ishido is? Slight Oedipal complex on his part? Maybe. 3, it's got the older woman/younger woman angle going. See 1 for any further notes. Right. Okay. By now I guess I've set you all up to think that this is one big lemon orgy fest. Sorry, Mumber and Dobbin, but it's about people, folks. It's about the heart of the matter. When all the fighting and adventuring and all that are done, and you're faced with a future of question marks. I just love those kind of stories, don't you? ROGR 2096 Editor's Preface. This story already has its opening and ending quotes, but I'll add my own editor's preface quote, never fall in love with a bisexual. It will only give you indigestion. FROM the movie Costa Brava. Words to live by, especially if the one falling in love is monosexual and unaware of the other's inclinations. Childra Jansen has had it rather easy so far, as romantic triangles go. She's popped into another dimension, found the very young lover, and had a few enjoyable moments, but nothing lasts, and sometime, soon, she's going to have to make a choice. In 1996 Kanzer Nirima, she's found Ishido Takashima young, sweet, straight and occasionally psychotic. In our 2096 single quote S2096, she's left Sanan Hibiki the swashbuckling head of the exploratory history department at U of Tokyo, and a lesbian. Both her lovers are intensely monogamous and monosexual, and unaware that children is neither. How to make the choice? Or must there be a choice? Trisha deals wonderfully with the inner workings of Miss Jansen's mind in the following short story. Enjoy. Children and Ishido, in her wildest dreams, a Converging series side story by Trisha L. Sebastian == Children Jansen, Sanan Hibiki and the Exploratory History Department are creations of Chris Wilmore. Ishido/Lobisomum belongs to Kevin Eve. They are being used with permission. The Ranma universe is being used without permission. Please don't sue me. In addition, this side story goes between Act 5 and Act 6 of the Converging series. Blimey. I'm shagging a lesbian. Do I get a prize? GARTHN's children and Ishido turned away from the window that Ako's eye flew out of and the blue blaze of light that burned into their retinas. Do you think he's gonna make it alright too, wherever he's going? Ishido asked, his eyes scanning the scattered magical instruments and the women's underwear around the room. Children shrugged. It doesn't matter right now. She threw her arms around Ishido and hugged him tightly. What matters is that now that he's gone, we can concentrate on us. She gave him a seductive look and her lips closed in on his. What in the world just happened here? Children and Ishido whirled around guiltily. Miyabi stood in the doorway, her hands on her hips. At the moment, she looked so much like the Akan she remembered from the future that Children couldn't help but grin. She hugged Ishido tighter to her. I was about to give Miyabi-sama a great big hug for saving my life. Ishido turned bright red and Miyabi couldn't help but be not seeing at least one couple who could get along together. Children tugged on Ishido's arm and drawing Miyabi aside with the other, she firmly closed the door on the old Latch's room. She gave a knowing wink to both of them. We best not stay too long, he might come back. Ishido frowned and Children inwardly shuddered, remembering Ako's eyes grimy hands all over her breasts. So, she asked, walking arm in arm with them down the stairs, have we missed dinner? Children snuggled up comfortably against Ishido's shoulder as they walked down the street back to Hawkins. She had finished her dinner with a satisfied sigh. No matter what kinds of technology the 21st century had to offer, nothing, just nothing could beat Kasumi's cooking. She would have to remember to tell that to Zenon when she got back. Children frowned. Go back? Did she have to go back? She was having a wonderful time in the 20th century, finally figuring out if her theories about this era were correct. She loved talking to Akan, seeing her instead of seeing right through her. She loved eating at Ukan's, loved wandering around Nirima, loved everything. She could do whatever she wanted to do in this timeline, and when it was all over, she could go back home without any ill effects to the time stream. Ryo Saotome had no clue about what he was talking about. Even though he was the one who had brought them all together in this parallel time stream, he had no clue about how the actual mechanics of time travel worked. She, on the other hand, knew everything. She was taught by the best. Children thought back to the first time she came back from a trip through the Ace time machine. She was studying Darwin's voyages through the Galapagos, hoping to finish her research on him for her thesis. She came back flushed and excited. What a darling man he was. Happily, she floated out of the changing room. Her notes were tucked away in her bandolier, her private notes. Her new insights on Darwin would change everything they knew about him. She was so lost in euphoria that she didn't notice the woman blocking her path until it was too late. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Children's voice trailed off when she noticed who the woman was. Director Hibiki, I didn't mean to run into you like that. The woman nodded her head in a regal fashion. No harm done. Tell me, Ms. Jansen, did you enjoy your trip? Childra grinned. I loved it. The clothes, the people, Darwin. Everything was so fabulous. I only wish that I could have had more time there. There's so many things I left unfinished. Like her tryst with Darwin. The 20-minute limit is a pain, isn't it? There was a hint of a smile on the director's lips. Nonetheless, I've found time can be quite flexible. In the right hands. Directress. The smile was now full-grown, lazy and feral. Call me Zenon, and we can discuss this some more tomorrow when you report to my office. Yes, dear Zenon. Zenon. Funny, for all the time that she had spent in the past or an alternate version of the past she had not thought of her lover once. Children used to be scared of her. The technicians and all the other A operatives called her the Ice Queen and other names that referred to her antecedents and sexual preference. But after that meeting in her office and dinner later on, she realized that the icy facade hid a tender woman, who had to keep up the facade to get her away in the world. Zenon wasn't an ice queen. She was the pirate queen without a ship. She once wore a costume one Halloween, a red silk blouse knotted at the waist, tight black shorts flashed at the knees and calf-high black leather boots. She was the hit of the A party, with her gold hoop earrings and a real 15th century Spanish cutlass she had belted to her hip. She was all fire that night, charming all the male executives, then laughing in their faces when she had rebuffed their advances. Her Zenon. And later that evening, when they had tumbled into bed, Zenon was all ice, raising goosebumps on her flesh with her cool kisses, driving her insane with her methodical slowness until she couldn't take any more. Zenon hadn't done her completely that night. Much as Ishido had with his shy tenderness. Ishido stopped and stared down at her. Childra was completely silent, her eyes drawn and her mouth twisted into a sad smile. He blessed the heavens every moment when he saw her. Ishido felt that if she asked him to run a marathon, then fight 100 warriors, all while balancing an egg vertically on a spoon held between his teeth, he would cheerfully ask where they kept the eggs. He didn't think that there should be anything in this world that should hurt her. But she seemed so strong, so self-sufficient that he didn't think that there was anything wrong. She told him that she was his. She told him that she would stay. So when he nudged her with his shoulder and asked her what was wrong, he was expecting to see her smile brightly at him, assure him everything was all right and banish the small well of fear that started to spring up in his stomach. Childra turned towards him with a smile and said, "Hey, little eyes, I've got a good idea. Instead of going to Hookins tonight, why don't we go someplace else? Somewhere secluded and romantic." She smiled again, grabbing onto his arm tightly. "Let's try one of those love hotels that I used to read about." Ishido gulped. "Love hotels?" He blushed to his eyebrows and Childra laughed. She pushed against his shoulder and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She fluttered her eyelashes and smiled, "For me." Ishido swallowed back the lump in his throat. How could he ever refuse her? He nodded and Children smiled, pumping her arm and shouting, "Yada." She dragged him off to a phone booth. "There's this one I read about when I was back home. It's supposed to be near here." Ishido smiled as Children yammered on and on about the hotel, not noticing the brief flare of pain in her brown eyes. Ishido was still blushing by the time they reached the hotel. He stared at the menu of choices. Each room had a picture of what it looked like, with a key box underneath. He recoiled in horror from the picture of a certain room with pink frilly sheets, a heart-shaped bed and a disco ball. Children's eyes followed his gaze and she laughed. "Is that your style, little eyes?" He shook his head rapidly and she gushed. "But it's so cute. And I just adore that disco ball." He gave her a stern look and intoned, "We're not going there." Children shrugged. Then her eyes fell on a room with dark paneling and a Victorian bed. She tapped it thoughtfully with her forefinger. "Do you like that one?" she asked him. Ishido shrugged. Now that they were actually here, he was starting to feel uneasy about the idea. "Whatever is fine with you is fine with me. I trust you, Children." Children beamed at him. She grabbed the keys out of the hole and tugged him in the direction of the hotel. Laughing, she tugged him up the stairs, briskly opened up the door and shoved him in, locking it behind her. She leaned back against it dramatically and said huskily, "Now, finally, we're alone together." Slowly and deliberately, she pulled out the neckline of her shirt and dropped the key in. Ishido gulped. "What are you doing?" "Well," she said, stalking towards him with a predatory gleam in her eye, "I get the distinct feeling that you don't want to be here. So, I'm gonna let you go." And Ishido knew by now that with Children there would always be some sort of condition attached to any offer that she had to make, especially if it concerned him, her, and a private hotel room. "Well," she said, drawing the word out and trailing a finger up his arm, "you can leave if you can get the key." "The key?" Ishido gulped again, looking down at her chest, then back up at her face. Yep. There was a whole lot of meaning placed into that small little word. Children laughed as she saw Ishido reach for her arm, then pull away hesitantly. "What's the matter, little eyes? Afraid of a little cleavage?" she taunted him, circling him like a shark does a bloody hunk of meat in the water. "I'm not afraid," he said, watching her out of the corner of his eyes. "Oh, really?" she stated, hugging him from behind. He could feel her breasts press up against him, and the metal of the key digging into his back. Ishido grinned. "Really?" With a lightning-quick motion, he reached over his shoulder and bending slightly, he flipped her over his back and into his arms. Surprised, Children saw the wolfish grin on his face as he carried her off to the bed. He tossed her onto it and pounced next to her. Children's eyes glittered with excitement as he kissed her, his passion burning into her lips. He quickly made short work of her clothing and his end, dropping the key onto the nightstand. They made love under the Victorian canopy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Children awoke with a start, and found herself alone in the large bed. Shannon was nowhere to be found. Blinking back sleep, Children swung her legs out of the bed, nearly hitting her head on the canopy, and got up, searching for her slippers. She pushed back the heavy drapes that concealed their apartment windows and blinked out at the morning sun. All of Tokyo lay spread out in front of her, the university a large white span of land to her right. If she squinted, she could see the A offices in the distance. Is that where Shannon had gone? She dressed quickly, gulping down a glass of orange juice from the refrigerator and took the stairs down two at a time. People jostled about her as they went to work, to school. Getting her bearings, she pushed her away in the opposite direction of the stream of commuters and towards the A offices. The fact that Shannon did not wake up beside her bothered her a bit. Usually Shannon was loath to wake up when she could sleep, and usually, while children dressed and showered, Shannon would have prepared breakfast for the two of them before they went about their business. Children to classes, Shannon to whatever. But Shannon was not in their bed. Children had woken up alone. In no time at all, Children found herself in the lobby of the A building. The receptionist who usually greeted her with a smile was replaced by a dirty young man who bore a strange resemblance to Ryo Saotome. Ryo Saotome? Where did that name come from? She found her way to the director's office, and knocked hesitantly. No answer. She yanked hard on the door latch and it wouldn't budge. Panic rising in the back of her throat, she clawed and hammered at the door, until it finally opened from the inside. A man looked down at her with familiar green eyes. "Children!" he exclaimed. Children stumbled back, and the man grabbed her by the arm and pulled her inside. The man dragged her to a chair and pushed her into it. Then, turning slowly in front of her, he asked, "Well, what do you think?" "Huh? What do I think of what? Who are you?" The man smiled a feral grin. "What? Don't you recognize me? It's me, Shannon." "Shannon?" Children could only stare as he strutted up to her and sat on the edge of the desk. "You're the one who wanted me to do this, remember?" He smiled, legs swinging back and forth. "Do what?" Children whispered in a small voice. "Be a man, after all. That's what you really want, isn't it?" Suddenly his voice turned cold. "I know about him. I know all about him. Your little play toy in the 20th century." Children's heart stopped, and Shannon continued, his wide smile reminding her of shark's teeth. "So, I took the liberty of going back to wherever he was and killing him. I stopped at Juzenkyo, too." He placed a hand on her, squeezing her biceps painfully. "Now you can have your cake and eat it too." Laughing softly, he moved in to kiss her, blonde teeth dripping with blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Children awoke with a start. Ishido still slept beside her, his breathing deep and regular. Impulsively, she latched onto him, hugging him deeply. He stirred and slowly sat up. "Oh, Ishido, I'm so glad to be here with you. She murmured into his back, pressing kisses against it. Ishido said nothing, but instead swung his legs out of bed and gathering his clothing, he went to the bathroom and locked the door. Children stared after him in amazement. What was wrong with him today? She dressed in silence, her fingers fumbling with her blouse and bandolier. Settling a dagger on her hip, she rapped on the bathroom door. Come out, little eyes. Don't you want to play with me? The door slammed back open and Ishido stalked out. Ready. It was less of a question than it was a declaration. Confused, Children followed Ishido out the hotel and back down towards the Tendo dojo. Children tried to grab his arm, but he shook her off and continued on. What's wrong? She asked, a worried expression on her face. It's nothing you can fix. Ishido's voice trailed away into a word that sounded like, "What did you call me?" Children placed both hands on his chest. Nothing more than what you deserve. Ishido walked on resolutely towards the dojo, Children following in his wake. When they got to the dojo, Ryo Saotome was there, a jubilant expression on his face. I finally figured it out. He crowed. We can all go back home. He held up the locket, and a blue portal sprung up in front of them. As if from nowhere, Miyabi, Radiko and Gosling emerged from the house and disappeared into the portal, and Ishido stepped forward as well. Ishido, where are you going? She cried as she grabbed his arm. Don't leave me. I have to, he said in a dull tone. I can't stand to be near you any longer. What? Children recoiled from him and he shook her hand free. From the portal, Shannon appeared, her green eyes smiling at Children. She crossed to her and enfolded her in a loving embrace. Ishido turned away. I know all about her, your dyke lover. She came to me and told me all about you too. She told me that we could all live together happily. I'd rather kill myself first. I'm leaving. But Ishido, I thought you loved her. Shannon called out, Children squirming in her grasp. Ishido stalked towards them, his eyes turning black and soulless. After she lied to me, used me as a sex toy, and you had the nerve to suggest I'd want to be the third member in a twisted threesome. He spat in her face. You make me sick, you whore. No! Children screamed as he ran into the blue-black portal, the mist swirling around him as Shannon held her tightly, Children's tears streaming down her face, remembering the look in his black eyes. Children woke up with a start. Immediately, she felt the bed to the right of her, then to the left. She was not alone. Sitting up, she breathed a sigh of relief, then bent over to her right. Pushing back the covers, she leaned over and breathed softly. Time to wake up, Ishido. He mumbled something, then went back to sleep. All right, time to bring out the big guns, Children said aloud. She reached under the covers and gently raked her fingers over Ishido's left flank. He sat up abruptly, captured her hand in his and pushed her back onto the bed. No tickling, He murmured to her. You promised. That was last night, she giggled. This is tomorrow. Pouncing on him, she brought both hands to bear, arrowing for his sides, as he tried to keep her still against the bed. Together, they rolled over to the left and bumped into something. "What's that?" Shannon muttered to herself, and lashed out with a kick, sending Children and Ishido flying off the other side of the bed. Of course every action has its equal and opposite reaction, and Shannon learned this the hard way when she crashed onto the floor. She crawled to the Victorian bed, and pulling herself up, she angrily stalked over to the giggling, wriggling heap at the other end of the bed. "Keep it quiet. I'm trying to sleep." "Well, I think it's time you woke up then." Children grabbed Shannon by the ankles and tugged downwards, overbalancing her and toppling Shannon onto Ishido. Then, she leaped onto the pile, one hand tickling Shannon's back, the other Ishido's flank. They giggled and wrestled, tag-teamed and double-teamed, until they were tired, sweaty and flushed with happiness. Finally, Shannon got up off the floor to make breakfast. Ishido took to the bathroom for a shower and Children was left making the bed. It was so good to have them all together like this. It was a good idea to bring the two loves of her lives into the same century and dimension so they could get a chance to meet each other and get to know one another. Frankly, Children was afraid at first that Shannon would want to kill Ishido, or that Ishido would want to leave her when he found out, but things turned out alright in the end. Everything is perfect, Children mused to herself. That's why you can tell this isn't real. Children whirled around, and her face turned hard. You. Children Jansen sighed, and stepped out of the blue swirling portal. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, honey, but none of this is real. It's just a dream. It may just be a dream, but it's the dream that I want." Children glared at her doppelganger, and the doppelganger stared back amusedly. "Why can't you leave us alone?" "Because I'm you, sweetheart. I know just as well as you do what you want. You want things to be perfectly happy, but it's not gonna happen." The doppelganger waved a hand, and an image of Ishido appeared. "It's true. He'd hate you forever if he learned that you lied to him about your past." Her other hand waved, and Shannon appeared. "And she would kill anyone who got between her and you. And then, she'd kill you." The double leaned against a bedpost. "You've got a tough choice to make. But why do I have to choose? Why can't I have both?" Children wailed, her eyes darting from Ishido to Shannon and back again. "That's not the way the cosmos works. Usually, you only would have met one of them. You're cheating by having multiple lives. You have to choose." The doppelganger looked at her watch. "Come on, time is slipping away." Children looked at Shannon, her first lover, the first one to truly trust her capabilities, to see her potential. Then, she saw Ishido, the man who showed her that she was a real woman, not a pale imitation of someone else. Torn between the two, she fell to the floor. "I can't. Too bad. Looks like I'll have to make the choice for you." In her double's hand glowed a wicked Tibetan dagger, a twin to the one Nutkin used to exorcise ghosts. She hefted it by the handle, then hurled it towards the two flickering images. Children screamed, then time seemed to slow down, as she rushed to intercept the dagger. She could see her double laughing, eyes glowing red, as her teeth became fangs. The dagger sliced through the air, charged with mystical energies, homing in on its target. Childra flung herself into the air, trying to push Svanon's shade aside, and felt a burning pressure in her chest. Looking down, she saw the dagger embedded in her chest, her heart pulsating around it, making the dagger twitch. She turned to see Ishido's shade look at her reproachfully as Svanon put her arms around her, supporting her as she slumped to the floor and everything went black. Children woke up with a start. No, she wailed, lurching up out of bed. Beside her, Ishido turned in his sleep, exposing a shoulder. Impulsively, she kissed his shoulder, hugging him fiercely. "I'll never let you go," she whispered to him. "Never let you go." A voice questioned from the darkness. Childra whirled around and narrowed her eyes at a shrinking circle of blue light. "No, this is just a dream. This is just a dream," she muttered, still clutching Ishido's shoulder. He stirred in his sleep. "Is it?" Svanon emerged from the darkness, wearing a severe business suit. Her eyes glittered as she sat down next to Childra, who was shuddering on the bed. "You've been gone for a long time, love. Didn't you think I'd come looking for you? But I saw you. You said you killed." Childra gibbered, blinking through the tears that filled her eyes. Svanon reached out to the younger woman, gathering her up in her arms and rocking her. She put one hand on her hair and kissed Childra's forehead. "Me? Kill someone? You know I'd never do that." Childra pulled back and her eyes narrowed. "Truly?" Svanon laughed. "Okay, maybe I'd kill someone, but only if I had good reason. You know me, Childra, better than anyone. I need probable cause if I'm going to go on one of my rage sprees." She frowned when Childra pulled back and stood up. "What's wrong?" "This is only a dream. I might as well tell you," she muttered. Childra gathered up her courage and took a deep breath. "What would you say if you found out that I was cheating on you?" Svanon blinked. "And you're asking me this, because I am." Svanon took a look at Childra, peering into her eyes. "They're brown. Your eyes are brown." "Of course they are. You've always known they were," Childra said impatiently. "No, I mean they're brown now. Why did you take out your contact lenses? I've always liked them on you." Svanon perused Childra's face, cupping her chin with one hand, turning her head from side to side. "Stop it. This is serious. I'm having an affair." "I've had affairs," Childra continued. She gestured to Ishido next to her. Svanon chuckled. "If this is your idea of a joke." Her voice trailed off as she realized that both Childra and the boy next to her were naked. Childra gulped. "This is not a joke." She watched as a dozen emotions flitted across Svanon's face. Her lips tightened in anger, her jaw clenching as she stared at Ishido, her dark green eyes boring into hers. Why? It was not a question. Childra pulled up the covers over Ishido and got up from the bed, Svanon following her to the window seat. I suppose you've been wondering where I've been. Svanon sat in stony silence. Well, since you've found me, then I guess you know both where and when I've been and why. I had just met up with Rat Raraku and we were going to go see if we could find another friend of ours, King Thompson. Childra peered at Svanon, who was fiercely silent. Then, out of nowhere, some boy appears in a flash of blue. He bumped into Raraku and the both of them started to disappear. And you followed him. Childra threw up her hands in disgust. What else could I do? Did you honestly want your nephew to disappear in a time portal? Especially with how much he gets around on his own? She watched Svanon's eyes soften when she mentioned Raraku. So I followed them, and met up with other time travelers, and we ended up here, in a universe where Ranma and Akan are still alive. And the boys. I'm getting to that part. Childra looked over at the bed where Ishido lay. When I met him, I was just teasing him, trying to make the most of the time adventure I was going on. I mean the others were so concerned about time and its consequences, especially that Ryo Saotome. Svanon's eyes widened. Yeah, he's the son of Ranma's from an alternate future. So while Miyabi was worrying about getting her parents together, and Raraku was worrying about ensuring his future, and Ryo was worrying about repairing the time stream, I met Ishido. Who's he? Another son of Ranma's? Svanon asked, her voice cold. No, I'm not sure what place he has in his universe. He is in no way related to any of the Prime Mover families, as far as I can tell. He was just caught up in this mess, and I thought I could. Childra's voice faltered. You thought you could have a good fuck with him, and screw whatever relationship you had back in your own time. Svanon said flatly. No. That's not it at all. Childra cried. She grabbed Svanon's cold hands in her own. I love you, Svanon. Svanon laughed harshly. You have a twisted way of showing it. Childra clutched at Svanon's hands. When I first met you, I was dazzled by you. By the idea of you, the power you held, your solitude, your compassion, and most importantly, by the trust you placed in me. She stared into Svanon's eyes, hoping to see a spark of sympathy, of pain, of anything but this dead coldness. You took me in, you soothed my fears, you taught me love, you gave me life. All the things that I've always wanted. She looked down at Svanon's hands. All the things I've always needed. But never once did you let me show those things to you. Svanon inhaled sharply and Childra continued. Have you ever been so thoroughly frightened by anything? So frightened that you need to find someone to comfort you, to take you in her arms and hold you, and tell you everything's going to be alright? She reached up a hand to Svanon's cheek. So many times you've done that for me when I wake up from those nightmares I have. But I've never done that for you. Shannon moved her lips and Childra placed a finger against them. What about when we make love? Always you stalk me, tease me, thrill me. When do I get to do the same to you? Children sighed. Initiato, I see very much the same person I used to be before I met you. Alone, afraid, lost. I wanted to give him what you give me and gradually I fell in love, both with him, and with the person I became in order to do it. I became you. Shannon, I don't know what's going to happen to me when I go back home, and I am going back home. I've changed so much since you've last seen me. I don't know if you're ever going to love me again, much less trust me after what I've done to you. She pulled her other hand out of Shannon's and cupped her face. Shannon, I *** love you, and I always will. Shannon's green eyes softened, as she leaned forwards to kiss Childra, and Childra woke up. Ishido woke up with a start. He sensed that he was alone in the bed. A small panic rose in the back of his throat. Childra? He called out hesitantly. A small murmur answered him and he rose out of bed to join her at the window seat. Is there anything wrong? Childra took a deep breath and smiled. No, nothing's wrong. Everything's great. She hugged him closely to her, clinging to him. Tenderly, he put his arms around her and caressed her cheek. Her eyes were puffy, like she'd been crying. Ishido felt a shiver of alarm. Are you sure you're okay? Childra nodded, and buried her face into his shoulder. Ishido patted her on her back. Come on, let's get out of here, he said, and sniffling, she nodded. As he pulled back, he noticed something different about her. It bugged him while she made the bed, and when they checked out of the hotel. It wasn't until they reached the Tendo dojo that he realized what it was. Childra's eyes were green again. It is very stupid, really, to run off and leave a perfectly kind and sympathetic man. To run off with no understanding at all of his true feelings, with no purpose other than to attract attention and hope to upset him It is an unpleasant sort of memory to act you live with. Lady Murasaki, in the tale of Janji == the end == author's notes, August 5, 98. For some strange reason I like Childra Jansen. She intrigues me. How did a woman with so much spirit, so much lust for a lit end up with a nammy-pammy like Ishido? Not that I don't like him, but frankly, I'm too much of a fan to like him. I'm instantly drawn to strong female characters. Being female myself _accent and Chris Wilmore's visions of strong women fascinated me so much that I decided to risk the converging series curse and get involved in this little enterprise. Any comments about this story can be sent to me at subased5228@earthlink.net and all flames will be sent to Skyride, so she can hunt you down and exorcise your ghost. Trishal Sebastian Diaz-Apiki.org, proud member of the BML Productions crew ==